No, I'm waiting for
Oh shit! I never changed you over. God damn it! I forgot.
every month or so I get a like a grocery delivery to where I live.
There we
So
go.
that's supposed to be coming this evening.
Let me change you over real quick.
But it just says between 7 and 8 and it hasn't arrived yet, so...
We'll get here sooner or later.
I hope so. I need food.
You need food to survive.
Well, I haven't really had, like, a sufficient meal today. I'm just kind of, like... taking what I can. From what I've got left. I ain't got much left. So as soon as the shopping arrives, I'm gonna probably put a pizza in the oven or something.
Alright.
Because right now I'm just eating a bag of Smarties.
Which is good, but not sustainable.
It's food at least.
It's chocolate, but you know, sugar doesn't keep you going very long.
Like I said, good, but not sustainable.
Anyway, hello everybody and welcome to another stream. Today we are going to be ranking Pokemon again, and we're going to be going through 4 and 6, and I'm calling it now. As soon as you guys reach Big Team, Coffee's going to start shading on Jova. I've already told Coffee he has a 3-strike system. He's going to be polite, respectful, and not shit-talk the gens. If he does, and does it 3 times, he's being muted for the rest of the stream. He knows he's on a 3-strike rule, and I will hold him to it.
That being said, please keep in mind that these are also just our opinions. We're not trying to personally attack anybody.
That is a big thing. If we shit on Pokemon and it's your favorite, that's because we don't like the Pokemon. That does not have to do with any of our thoughts on you.
Also, I apologize if you guys can hear my fan in the background. It's been a little bit humid this afternoon.
Humid.
It's fine.
But yes, we are all on a 3-strike system here. If any of us in this call shit talk anything, like, and I mean serious shit talk. I don't mean like, why was this design choice made kind of shit talk. I mean like, we go outside of shit talking the Pokemon themselves.
And we actually start talking about the games as opposed to the minds within them.
But I got a question.
What?
What if it's a Pokemon that all 3 of us detest?
Then that goes in the Y category.
Exactly.
I'm just saying, we are here to rank the Pokemon. We aren't here to talk about the games. Coffee.
Okay.
Listen, man, you're the worst about this, and you know you are.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Exactly. Hence why I'm putting a leash on you.
You're putting goop on a leash.
I'm putting the goop on it. You're being put on your kitty leash.
So, with that in mind, let's get things rolling with our first line of starters.
Also, there's the throw system should be working now.
Do you want me to test it?
Yep, it's working. It's not set to where it needs to be, but it's working.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I have no idea what was going on with it. It just wouldn't connect to the bot, but now it's fine. I literally have changed nothing. I couldn't tell you. With that said, though, let me go edit and add those exclamation points back in real quick.
Also, I love the fact that it's Pokeballs on this time, so we're trying to catch a wild silver.
Yeah, I put the Pokeballs on while we're doing this.
Of course.
I need to set up... Thank you for the Yippee Bug, Ken. I do need to set up a particular throw for, like, day-to-day use. I have one already, but it's just basically all the Raz emotes that Neon made for me. Also, by the way, I should add, I am currently working towards affiliates right now. As you can see, we are only 12 followers away from getting me to affiliates.
Oh,
so if you can share around and get any extra followers, that would be very much appreciated. As if we can get to affiliates, hopefully. I would like to get to affiliates before doing the mass Psychonaut stream I plan on doing this year. But just general, I would love to get affiliates.
I understand that. And when is the Psychonaut stream supposed to happen?
At least before the end of the summer, so.
So
We gotta
you have
introduce-
time. I'm just trying to figure out what the timeline is for people.
We gotta introduce Sam to the.
Also, hi.
But with that actually reminding me, Sam, Coffee, introduce yourself real quick before we get
Oh,
completely
God,
lost off
I'm
track.
put on the spot. Hi, I'm Chaotic Coffee Boy. I work with this chaotic fluff. I'm the what would you call it? Leader, head of Agents of Chaos.
The head of Agents of Chaos currently.
I'm head of the Agents of Chaos, and I also do streaming on my own channel. Shameless plug. Go follow me.
And of course, I am Dungeon Brewer, also known as Sam. I'm the. Gosh, how do I describe myself? Because I don't feel like I'm a full
Shiny
agent with you
Umbreon.
guys yet. I am the resident quote-unquote shiny hunter group. And when it comes to anything Pokemon related, I'm a solid go-to. Not perfect, but solid.
You got more shiny luck than any of us do combined.
That's just.
Fuck you mean?
That is just shiny luck, though.
Like, I had a weird dream last night as well regarding shinies.
We can talk about that later. Moving on. Let's get things rolling.
But again, just to reinstate, these are our opinions. If you do not agree with these opinions, that is fine. However, these opinions do not mean we are personally attacking anybody else.
Okay. Could you zoom in a smidge?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. First, we have Turtwig.
I would say Turtwig at least is a little guy. He's a
I
little
agree.
jank in terms of design, but he's a little guy, and I love him.
I would die. I would die for Turtwig, honestly.
I feel like he's more icon.
You think he's icon?
Well, mainly
He
because
does-
everyone knows him as the little guy that he's become an icon. So he's like the little guy icon.
He does also get. I've seen because like I'm a huge Fakemon watcher, artist person, and I will say I do often see Turtwig getting redesigned a lot.
I personally, though, I feel like the Gen-4 starters at least they're like right on the line between little guy and icon,
Yeah,
and that's just across the board.
I think Turtwig is just slightly more icon than little guy,
Right.
ever so slightly.
Well,
Like the beginner Pokemon, I would probably like put all in icon.
I have my reservations about Chimchar.
I understand that. I would also put at least the final forms in icon as well.
I'm willing to put Torterra in icon because Torterra is absolutely icon. But I have my reservations about the rest of this lineup.
Fair. And I assume that we're going to get there.
We will get into it. Groddle, that's what his name is.
I would put him in lads.
Yeah,
I don't hate him, but I can never remember him really. He's
Yeah.
just kind of at their middle stage.
I mean, there's a reason the term that awkward middle stage actually exists.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like just every generation at this point is just they got the middle stages of like the starter evolutions, but they're just like the puberty stage. So some of them just don't make sense.
Yeah.
Some of them are better than others, though.
And the Chimchar line. I have.
Like, as an example,
I understand that you
Monferno.
have words.
Monferno has like that big brow, but
That
then you don't
yeah.
see the colorful brow on the Infernape.
Monferno is my least favorite of the middle starters for this
Fair.
gen.
Personally, since I actually started with Chimchar as a whole, so I've got a bit of a soft spot for it.
Do I need to open up the Ace music again?
No,
Oh, dear.
no. I'm just saying
Not
that
yet.
I might be biased.
Just the objection.
I'm willing to put Chimchar and Little Guy because I still can't agree to him as a little guy. But I do not like Monferno at all. Also, I realized these got messed up at some point. I don't know when that happened.
It's fine. Don't worry about it too much. I will admit, Monferno, like, out of the Gen 4 starters, I do think Monferno is just a little too awkward.
He's a little ugly guy.
It's
like
it's
in the
not
same
great,
category as
it's not-
Charmeleon.
But it's
Like,
not
why
awful.
does he look this way, but then, like, he just changes back to what he would look like if it was just straight Chimchar to Infernape.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has to go in.
Please leave.
I think
I
it can.
think
I don't think it's a full please leave, but like
It's
you're
alright, I guess.
Yeah,
you're close, buddy. You're dancing that line, man.
you are walking on thin ice.
I'm willing to put Infernape in lads because I don't like the monkey starter. It just doesn't
I like the fact
sit
that he's
well
a
with
good fighter. He's a good fighter.
Well, no shit, he's a firefighting type.
Well, that and the reference, at least with Infernape, is Sun Wukong. So, I wish that the line kind of delved into that a little bit more, at least with Monferno. But Infernape overall is very solid, personal favorite of mine. However, I'm setting that bias aside right now because I have two other people that aren't necessarily as big fans. So
I do agree. Like I know that there's like the whole Monkey King reference in there, but it is kind of muddied a bit.
it could be better, yes. So I will agree to Lad for Infernape.
Piplup is cute.
Piplup's weird to me because I love him, but I hate his ass in the anime.
It's cute.
What, you mean Dawn's Piplup?
He is such a brat in the anime to a point where I can't even enjoy him being a brat in the anime. He's just a brat.
Fair.
Okay, but at the same
and-
time, he's one of the few that actually knows what he wants. He wants to stay a Piplup.
I get that, but it's just like, he's a
Which I
brat.
don't blame him for.
Well,
Oh yeah, he's a brat.
Piplup's not even
He's reliable
original
when he wants
in-
to be, though.
I understand that, but Piplup's not even the most original with that concept, considering Pikachu did it before.
Yeah.
I will, however, give him extra points. He somehow, like, tames the bad hair day of Dawn.
Like, I think I can only put him in low, guys. He is
low
iconic,
guy.
but not in a way I can enjoy.
And I will admit, Piplup is not my favorite of the starter lines, at least for the base forms, because
Wait,
I
We need to
don't
do a
enjoy-
ranking after this where we just do the starters and the starters only.
We could genuinely do that. But anyway, back to this. I don't like the bowling ball head.
He does have a proportionally bigger head than his body, which I know you could say about any Pokemon, but like,
Queeble.
oh, found a Queeble.
Queeble. Queeble, queeble, queeble. Queeble, 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 queeble.
But like, it's just,
Queeble.
it's that little bit too awkward for him.
Yeah, it's just a little too much.
I think it doesn't help the eye size compared to the rest of his head that like makes it feel bigger.
Is it eye size or is it eye distance?
It might be eye distance because his eyes are like fucking countries apart. But
Fair.
Prinplup,
Prinplup, I can honestly, like, I can like it because it looks like a combination of its pre-evolution and evolution.
it is a
Because
good
it's still
mix,
got-
but it's still kind of uggo.
It's the least awkward out of the
I
three.
can understand why they went with that idea, though, because, like, it's supposed to be an Emperor Penguin, right?
Yeah, that's the whole
Then, like,
joke.
The whole, like, when Emperor Penguins go from, like, a chick to an adult, they usually go through, like, a mid-stage where they're, like, half fluffy and half not. So I can understand why they went with, like, a half and half design of their evolution and pre-evolution, because they're going through that transitional stage.
I think I have to put it in bed because I definitely don't dislike it as much as Monferno, but I can't say I like it as much as Groudle.
Yeah, it's alright, but we're
I
not
would say he's more of a lad.
jazzed.
Empoleon. Empoleon feels weird to me because I don't fully hate him, but I can't say I like him, if that makes any sense.
I
He's a
would
water-
say
water
at least
steel type, right?
lads. Yes.
I think I can agree to lads for him. like, he's really cool design, really cool concept, but there's just, I think it has to do with, like, this kind of, like, pointed thing he has going on in the front of him. It's just, like, something about it makes me feel weird.
It's... Yeah, I can see it. Coffee, you were trying to say something?
No, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Now, Starly is a little guy. No, no
Starly
words.
is a little guy. He's technically still my nemesis, but yes.
Your arch rival, Starly.
Yeah. And the reason is, the first shiny Pokemon that I actually failed was a Starly.
Oof.
In Legends.
Yeah, and I found it after that.
Yeah. And then, when I was soft resetting for the starter in Shining Pearl, guess what showed up first?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
James Mead!
Yeah, Starly, you and Starly have an interesting relationship.
It's a love-hate. It's a love-hate. It really is.
That's why I like for the point that I said before for you and Starly, Sam, is what was the video you did, Silver? It was the one of like classic and the Dylan Hollis thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's the closest form I have to a nemesis. That's what I think like Sam and Starly are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Staravia, I've actually got decent terms with, considering I've caught 3.
I don't like its little curl. I don't like where it's trying to go with the curly tuft. Like, I can see the transition, but it's just... It's a little too curly, you know?
It's a meh.
It's a little too goofy for that serious of a face. Yes.
Yeah.
Go with a meh.
Either meh or lad.
I think he's a meh.
I'm going to say lad because, again, partially biased, but that's just me.
We'll say low lad. Now, Staraptor. I do love a lot about Staraptor's design.
Not to mention, Staraptor, I think, is one of the few bird Pokemon now that can actually learn close combat, which...
Yes.
Can we acknowledge that is awesome?
I actually had a Staraptor in an old Pixelmon server we used to play on that had close combat. That thing was a beast.
Like I said, can we acknowledge that is cool?
That is so cool.
If I remember correctly, one of the dex entries for Staraptor is that it will take on foes many times bigger than itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it is very much a bird that will take on a challenge.
Right.
And not to mention Ash's Staraptor in the Gen-4 anime.
I think we gotta put it in icon. I think he earns like. Now Bidoof is golden, boys. I'm sorry, I hear no argument.
He's the true god.
He is God.
He is God.
We will respect our God.
We do not dishonor God, Bidoof.
our Lord and Savior, Bidoof.
No, but honestly.
Why are you playing this? That's not even part of the Psychonauts playlist. Where did you come from, sir? What if I just started playing some random ass song that wasn't even part of the Psychonauts playlist I had?
I don't know.
Anyway, which brings us to our next character, which is so weird that Bidoof got held in such high regards and then the barrel's just forgotten.
I like the barrel, but the main reason that it did kind of get shafted is because it was typically used as a
HM slave.
HM, yeah.
Is it of the opinion should we put it in please leave, or is it of the
No,
opinion
because it's not bad.
No. I would at least put it in little guys because it is a very natural progression, and I've got a soft spot for it. So
I think it doesn't go as high as little guys. I think maybe lads.
I can agree to lads.
All right.
He is certainly a lad. I look at him and I think lad. I can also think little guy, but I also think lad. But like, I don't understand how he got like so low compared to his first evolution.
Completely shafted? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, Kricketot and Kricketune,
Little guys.
two of the best cries in Pokemon, period, hands down.
Very iconic cries. Very, very iconic. I love their designs. Like, there's so much about their designs I love.
I wish Cricketune went a little bit more.
I also like the fact that
it
they
had the
were.
ruffle around the neck.
I also like the fact that they were based on like your usual field cricket, which apparently I think it's like it rubs its, I can't remember if it's antennas or back legs to make the noise.
I'm pretty sure it's your back leg. It's their back legs.
I think it's their back legs.
If it's the field cricket, then it's the back legs, whereas
Yeah.
Cricketot and Cricketot's the antennae, and then Cricketoon's the bow-like arms.
Yeah. But like, personally, I love them design-wise. I think they're at least lads.
I would say at least Cricketot's a little guy.
Cricketot's definitely.
Now, as long as they don't start making Pokemon based on cicadas, I'm fine.
Even though they're weak as fuck, I have never been upset seeing one.
Cricketoon, surprisingly, at least in later gens.
Oh, that sounds like the door for me. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Is a beast. Because it can mainly learn Slash and Night Slash, which have a higher crit ratio.
Yeah. Like, I know Overwise, they're like, aren't they just like bug type?
Yeah, they're bug type, so you can squish them relatively easily. But if you cannot squish them, they can be a nightmare.
Yeah. I wish they were bug normal so they'd at least get some stab with like hyper voice and stuff if they could learn it.
I wouldn't necessarily say bug normal, because that might actually open it up to a fighting weakness. Which is one more weakness that it really does not need.
I know, but I wish he had more stab with like voice related moves, because we have like a lot of Pokemon that have voice related like moves, but they often aren't given stab with it.
That's not a type change, that's an ability change, and I don't know if an ability like that actually exists.
I know isn't there one like called Normalize or something that gives changes move types to normal? I know there are some moves out there that like will change the type of the move.
Yeah, it's Normalize, Refrigerate, and Pixelate.
Yeah.
Which is normal, ice, and fairy. However, we just need like cacophony. We need something more like soundproof. Only it's the opposite of soundproof.
Like where the sound type moves like.
Yeah, where sound type moves or at least sound moves like Hyper Voice or Boom Voice would actually get boosted as opposed to blocked out completely.
Yeah.
Game Freak, get on that.
Or like, maybe, probably not, but like more moves like Normalize and Pixelate, where it's like.
Normalize and Pixelate aren't moves.
Or not moves, or abilities. I can word. Or it's like.
One of us can word, and the other will correct if needed.
Together, we can figure out what we're saying.
Yes. Oh.
My cat's on the run. Oh, we're getting into my favorite, but I have questions. Pokemon.
The Shinx line?
The Shinx line.
I've got one major question, and that's with Luxray and maybe Luxio?
Why aren't they Dark Electric?
Thank you!
Why aren't they Dark Electric? Like, the Dark type is 6 now? I can't remember if it did.
The Dark type actually started in Generation 2. So in theory, Luxio and Luxray could actually have...
So why aren't they Dark Electric?
I don't know. Maybe it's to avoid an additional fighting weakness so early on, because you can get a Machop relatively early.
I guess fair, but like, still, they scream Dark Electric type to me.
I'm not saying they don't. But, I don't know if we're actually going to place them once Coffee gets back, but Shinx is at least a little guy.
He is such a little guy.
Like, honestly, part of me wants to put the entire line in Golden Boy because that's one of the staple Pokemon for Generation 4 runs.
I love
is the
Luxray so
Sheep.
much. I love them. I love them. I actually was gonna have my Pokesoda be a Luxray at one point.
So what stopped you?
I like Sylveon more.
Fair. Which we're going to get into that.
Listen, I will defend Sylveon's honor. I will white knight the shit out for Sylveon.
I understand. I just have one major question. And I know Ken is in the chat and Leafeon's gonna get me.
Hi, Sonic Girl!
Okay.
Welcome to the stream. It's nice seeing you here.
Welcome to the stream. Sit back and enjoy some Pokemon hot takes.
We're gonna get canceled, but oh well.
I don't think we're quite popular for that just yet, but
anybody's able to get canceled nowadays, so I
would like to keep at least a little hope, thank you.
just a little bit.
Just a little. Man, does it really take Coffee that long just to get a box?
Well, he's getting groceries, so.
Oh, and also putting the stuff away.
Yeah.
Okay.
And probably putting the pizza to cook.
Yeah. Excuse me, do we want a place?
We can pace these guys real quick and then ask Coffee when he gets back. I will agree to Golden Boys, but I think Lexio is just like a little less than Golden Boys to me. Again, he's kind of that little bit of too uggo.
Luxio I would not put necessarily in Icon because again it's the middle stage and
yeah,
you really need to stand out as a middle stage to be remembered.
Yeah. I think you can get it put in little guys at least though.
Yes. And now we're getting into one of the other aspects that Generation 4 introduced.
Roserade is at least Icon. Debate.
Roserade is definitely Icon. I would say Golden Boy, since I would actually have one on my squad.
What are we doing? We are currently ranking all the Pokemon from Gen 4, and throughout today's stream, we will be ranking all the Pokemon up to Gen 6.
Which, that's gonna be a very loaded topic, especially starting with Generation 5. Coffee will be back.
Coffee is on his leash currently.
Yep. For Budu, I would at least put it in little guy.
He's a little guy. He's a fella.
It would be higher for me if it was not a friendship evolution to get from Budu to Roselia. Cause friendship evolutions are a pain.
Yeah, they can be they're a lot. But like I do like some of the friendship evolutions.
No, and that's perfectly fine. It's a pain to pull off.
It does take a lot of work to get them there.
Yep.
They put the fossils really early in here.
Well, this is also kind of a new dex. So, I guess we're kind of going by dex order.
Fair enough.
Personally, I really like the fossils.
I do too.
So I would at least start with them in the lads. And then Shieldon for me is absolutely freaking Golden Boy.
He's a little lad.
He's so cute.
He's not complete Golden Boy for me, but I am willing to put him in Icon because, like, I do love him. I do severely love him.
Uh-huh.
He's just not full Golden Boys for me there.
Yep. Cranidos, I do like Cranidos, but it's not. Shieldon is just that much cuter for me. So,
he's a little guy to me.
He's a little guy. He's a little angry guy.
He's a little angry guy. He'll headbutt you a little bit.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Rampardos. I would at least say a lad.
Yeah, definitely lad.
It is solid. Bastiodon. a lot of people do not like Bastiodon. I am not one of those people. I love it. I love the giant shield dinosaur.
He's not my favorite puzzle, but like I do like him.
Yeah. So
he's goofy. He's a goofy fella.
He's not necessarily little guy. I will admit.
He is definitely not little guy.
So little guy. Just to kind of clarify, I think because at this point I feel like we need to. It's like the first or second stage, considering that Luxio's there, that we just really, really like.
Yeah, it's just like, if you saw him, you would instinctively scream, "Oh, it's a little guy!"
Yes!
That's basically the best way to put it.
Yes. Okay. Bernie.
I have a love-hate relationship with Bernie.
Care to elaborate?
Design-wise, I love him because he's just a cute little fella. But oh my god, trying to catch one of these things is a fucking nightmare.
Admittedly, it is better in Generation 6 because they can show up in the berry trees. However, that is only in Generation 6. In Generation 4 and the remakes and Legends Arceus, they show up just in random shaking trees, which don't get me wrong, Burmese at least a solid in-between bug type if you need one. However, it's not worth going through all of the trouble.
It really isn't.
It's really not.
Like, it's cute, but it's not worth the hassle.
So, in other words, meh.
Yeah, I'd probably say meh. We are not playing Welcome to the Mind because I am not a... Stop giving me random-ass music that has nothing to do with Psychonauts! Cease and desist!
I don't know. So yeah, it's just kind of meh.
I like its evolutions less.
I prefer Motham over
Wormadam?
Yeah.
I will agree to that.
Motham is a lad. Wormadam is just meh.
Meh.
For me. And not to mention, the typing and the abilities, those aren't even original. So just, eh.
It's meh.
Combi and Vespiquen.
I have opinions.
I've got a love-hate relationship. Because I love Vespiquen.
Is the server not working now? God damn it. Why did you disconnect? We're working fine.
Maybe it's because we're running like several things at once.
It hasn't had issues when I've played games in the past.
Mm.
Why are you like this?
Maybe there's some sort of an update that you missed? I don't know.
It hasn't told me there's been any updates. Okay, now it's reconnected. Are you gonna stay connected? No, you're not. It keeps saying TwitchBot disconnects, but I don't know what's going on. Why do you do the things you do?
Anyway, back to Combi and Vespiquen, because again, love-hate relationship. I love Vespiquen. I've got the shiny alpha, which you can actually see that on my channel. Thank you, Coffee, for the clip once he actually gets here. However, Combi is where I actually run into problems. Why are there so many males to just female Combi?
In theory, probably because they want to make it more difficult to get Vespiquen.
Then why didn't they do like an evolution for the male as well? Like more of a drone as opposed to the queen bee.
I wish they did too. I wish they.
It's one of those deals of if you're going to have well, I shouldn't say a gender disparity between two Pokemon, at least make the other gender somewhat viable in what they do.
Yeah. Like it's just a Combi. It can't do anything, and then it's like, well then, why?
It's only got one use in shiny hunting, and it's typically used in the Safari Zone to save steps. Because Sweet Scent is a thing. But that is the only use. Or at least Combi is typically used in the Safari Zone, and then I think in Generation 6, if you had a Combi, you could also do Sweet Scent to attract hordes. But in Generation 6, you had other Pokemon with the move Sweet Scent that you could use in place of Combi. So, personally, I think Combi is either a meh or a please leave, and then Vespiquen is... I don't know if I would put Vespiquen in lads.
I don't think Combi's a full please leave for me. Like, I'm alright with him staying, but he needs serious rework.
Alright.
He needs to look into a mirror and think about his life choices.
And bulk up, for the love of God.
Please.
So, what are your thoughts on Vespiquen? Because I've been going on, and I don't think...
I'm mixed about Vespiquen, because design-wise, I think it's cool, and concept-wise, I think it's cool. But to get it is such a pain that it often doesn't seem worth it to me. Because, like, finding a female Combi is so incredibly difficult.
It's brutal in Generation 4 and the remakes, and it didn't get better as time on. To be fair, Legends is actually kind of good about it because there are multiple spots to get Combi and Alpha Vespiquen, but that's the only game where it's like relatively easy to get.
I think I have to put it in meh, because I do like a lot about it, but it's just, at the end of the day, it's really not worth the hassle to actually get it.
Fair point. Fair.
Also, I'm trying to check something, so I'm gonna quickly put us on the mid-screen while I try to figure stuff out.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna take a quick break. While I am attempting to fix things. trying to figure out why the bot's not working.
Hmm.
Issues, they exist, but why?
It's not a stream without scuff.
Don't mind me while I'm looking up stuff.
No, you were trying to fix the issue. I completely understand that.
Love trying to fix things halfway through and...
Like I said, it's not a stream without scuff.
I'm gonna put a command in the chat. Everyone, don't mind me if it doesn't work like it's supposed to.
And what command is this?
It's trying to unban the bot that uses Twitch, the TITS program to work.
You're talking shit.
We're trying to get the fucking throwing bot to work.
Oh no, did it disconnect again?
If it didn't, we wouldn't exactly be here, Coffee.
It's a pain in the ass.
go
It's
and be a stream
disconnecting
without
even
Skype.
though the bot isn't fucking banned or anything.
I was just letting you know I put pizza in the oven, so I got some food
Nice.
in about 15 minutes ish.
Yeah, I have no idea how to fix it. It says you just have to reset it if the bot. You should just have to reset it, but that's not working.
Hmm.
And and it also says that you just have to make sure the bot's not banned, but the bot isn't banned.
Well, it's just being a butthead, nothing we can do about it, unfortunately.
Well.
Is there maybe like another bot that does the same thing?
No. Oh well, yes, we're gonna have to close it down again for the stream.
Unfortunate. But must be done.
I don't know why it keeps fucking breaking. Anyway, back to what we were doing.
Did I miss many Pokemon?
We got
the
through a
fossils.
few lines.
So Burmy, Wormadam, Motham, the Combi line, the fossils, and Roserid and Badoo.
And Luxray.
And the Shinx line, yes. Is there anything that looks out of place to you?
No, it looks all good to me.
We also said our grievances about
Male
Vespiquen being a bitch to get.
Yes. Yes, they are.
And as well that why isn't the Sheik's line electric dark?
That is also why.
Or at least, why isn't Luxio and Luxray electric dark?
Why?
Why?
But anyway, Back on target to the Pika clone, Pachirisu.
I love Pachirisu.
Hi.
He's a little guy. Or lad. It's probably a lad.
Yeah, I would say lad because it's cute. I don't dislike it, but I'm not a big Pachirisu fan.
It's just a fella. He's there.
He's vibing.
I love Weasel and Flubsoul.
Weasel and Fluzzle are very nice, yes.
Icons? Or do you want to go as high as Golden Boys?
I think they might be icons.
I would have, well, yeah, considering again, they're a Gen 4 staple. Cherubi and Cherim.
Also, just looking over at the Alpha Floatzel, which will absolutely hand your ass to you on a plate.
You don't have an electric to handle him, do you?
I do, but just, not at my party.
Exactly.
Puppy got his ass handed to him.
Oh no, I didn't get my ass handed to me. I just booked it.
Turn tail and run.
Yep.
Well, what they call them is it Del Toro? The bullfighters? Just let it charge at me. Just let it charge at me and Guy go wee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Let's kind of be careful about that one because someone might take offense. I don't know. But anyway, Cherubi and Cherim.
Cherubi's okay. Trim, eh.
I like the concept for Cherim.
And the flower form is actually quite cute. However, you have to be in the sun in order to see the flower form. So, not to mention, it's initially a honey tree Pokemon, which is a pain in the butt to get.
I think overall it's meh.
It's a meh.
Like, you're alright.
I
don't hate you, but I don't love you.
I think that one was supposed to be based on a Sakura Cherry Blossom.
Yeah.
Yes. It's painful to get for a number of reasons, and those aren't exactly...
I can understand why it's a honey tree Pokemon, though.
Mm-hmm. Jellos! I do prefer East Sea over West Sea, but...
I think they're at least iconic. I love them.
Mm-hmm. And Gastrodon is very, very solid.
Looks at the one in Cynthia's team.
Oh god.
Like I said, very solid.
Very solid. This guy.
Apom, one of the Pokemon that, well, Apom is one of the Pokemon that actually got an evolution in Gen 4.
It is certainly a Pokemon.
It's okay. Like, it's not my favorite.
Like, why does it have, like, more hands on its tail than its actual hands, which are nubs?
It's only 2 tails, but...
None of the nubs look right.
Fair.
Like, he nubby, but even his fingers don't look right.
Fair.
I'm sorry, I'm pointing it out.
It's not my favorite.
Like, Apom, he's a lad. He's alright. Ambipom? Eh?
Yeah, compared to the pre-evolution, it's not great.
Should we put it in alright, I guess, or should we put it in please leave?
It's alright.
It's alright. It needs some rework. It needs some plastic surgery.
It's not the worst one. The worst one is yet to come.
Those sausage fingers are probably infected.
I don't need that image. Anyway.
Okay, I love these lads.
They are so cute.
Have we just given Sam trauma?
You haven't already. You certainly have now.
Do we need to pay for your therapy? Oh, that's my timer.
Oh, there goes your pizza.
Yeah. Finally, sustainable food.
But anyway,
finally, some good fucking food.
Speak for yourself. Drifloon and Drifloon.
I think Drifloon's at least a little guy.
Drifloon is a little guy. traumatic Pokedex entry notwithstanding.
We don't look at the listen, we just ignore it. We don't look at it.
Exactly. Driftblim? I like the design of Driftblim. I like the fact that it can carry smaller Pokemon if it really, really wants to. Considering if we look at the Pokepark games, but that's only one iteration. I don't know why it can learn Explosion, but it can.
I think we know why. We're just not allowed to say out loud.
Exactly. But I would at least put Driftblim in Lads.
Yeah. But I love these two so much. One of my favorite ghost types.
Yeah, they're again traumatic Pokedex entries notwithstanding. They
little guy, immediately.
Why is it a friendship evolution, and why does it start with the lowest base friendship out of all of them?
You gotta work for your low punny.
and excuse me, and not to mention in Legends Arceus, catching one of those little buggers is a pain in the butt.
You gotta work for your low punny.
I understand that, and low punny just, it's alright. Like, for me.
I like it design-wise.
I don't really like the fact that the Pokemon's community, the Pokemon community's like over-sexualized it. And
well,
I'm just like,
there's not much we can do about that.
I understand that, but it's tainting my view on it.
Also, Sonic Girl said bless you.
Thank you. Now, Mega Lopunny is honestly one of the better Mega forms.
It is a genuine, I dare say, better Mega than its actual evolution.
And I will be one of the first to actually agree with you on that.
One of the few Megas.
And yeah, admittedly, outside of the sexualization of Lopunny, which,
Wait, listen, we're just gonna ignore that. If we don't look at it, it won't hurt us.
I understand that, but that's the only reason why Lopunny was actually decently memorable. Until the Mega Evolution happened.
I think I will die on the hill that Lopunny's Mega Evolution is one of the few Megas that actually looks better than its original form. No! Sonic Girl, no! Bad!
Please don't. Honestly, I will go one step further. It is one of the very few Megas that actually did Mega Evolution right.
I can agree with that.
So, Miss Magius.
Well,
Fantina's...
you already know what my stance on this one is.
I understand that. And Fantina's Miss Magius notwithstanding, I like this Pokemon. I feel it is a very good improvement to a otherwise unforgettable Pokemon in Misdreavus. So I would at least say Lads, but that is me. You are probably going to put it higher.
To me, it's an iconic ghost Pokemon. Like, it shows up so frequently. Like, I feel like it's up there with Gengar with a lot of, like, things when it comes. I just realized my text box isn't working for some reason. I don't know why.
Don't worry about it. I think the main reason Miss Magius is so iconic is because of Fantina's and how difficult that fight actually is. At least in Generation 4, but that's just me. Because I will be the first to admit that I have played the games more so than I've actually watched the
anime.
Yeah. So I don't know if it actually got more attention there.
I have no idea, but I just love Miss Magius so much. I love its design. I love its I love the little witchy hat. I love the ghost theme. Like, big Miss Magus fan over here.
Yeah, and like I said, I can see that the design is good. It is a wonderful upgrade to an otherwise forgotten Pokemon. So I would at least stick it in lads. It's not quite iconic for me, and it's not quite Golden Boy for me, but I would definitely stick it in.
Definitely not a golden boy for me either, but a fan favorite, definitely.
Right.
Honchkrow.
Honchkrow.
The dark type you think of when you think of villain teams, I feel.
Not quite for me. Like that, but that'll come like a generation later. But that being said, Honchkrow is another Gen 4 evolution done right.
Yeah.
Shiny form notwithstanding, why did they have to go with a very obnoxious pink?
It is a very bright pink. It is certainly a color. Hey, you won't miss the shiny.
I mean, you're right, but still, why did they go that bright of a pink for Murkrow? Why did they go that bright of a pink for Sneasel? Which that's another evolution that we'll actually get to. That being said, in terms of categories, I would stick it in lads, because it's also not quite Golden Boy for me.
I can agree to lads.
It's a very decent flying type option, but the fact that it does require a Dusk Stone to evolve,
it's a bit annoying.
In Generation 4, the only way that you could actually consistently get stones was to go into the underground.
It is annoying, I will say that.
It's a lad. And
it's a lad.
We'll just go with that.
Glammeow and Purugly.
I like Glammeow more than I do Purugly.
I think that's a common thing between those two.
It is sleek. It is sophisticated. It's a little brat if we're going by the Pokedex entries.
Yeah.
And then Purugly just kind of ruins it.
I get the like design pathway they were going for between the two, but they missed the mark a little bit.
Can you explain it to me?
Well, to me, it's at least the design path I think they were going for. Obviously, I can't say for certain. But like in my mind, it was kind of going from like pompous rich cat sleek to like overfed like cat lady kind of brat of a cat. Like you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. It's two different forms of pompous, and I don't like it.
Yeah, they could have done. Again, I see like what the potential path was, but like you need another draft buddy.
It's one of those. Please leave.
You need a second draft.
Chingling, pre-evolution to Chimecho.
He's a little guy. He's a fella.
Cute. He's not my favorite baby psychic type, which I can see further down the line. But
we'll get to them.
Yeah, he's cute.
He's a fella.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a guy. He's a little guy. He's a fella.
Yeah, it's one of those deals of I don't know, I hate it.
Angry cat Pokemon? Yes, that is pretty much the entire Glammeow line. It's just angry cat noises.
It's less angry to me and more just snooty.
I can see that.
And I don't like it. Stunky and Skunktank. Skunktank's fine, notwithstanding. Because it legitimately sounds like a fart. A very long, drawn-out fart.
You're not wrong.
I feel like they're kind of meh, because I wouldn't outright use them. But they're not completely awful either.
Yeah. feel like he's a lad, but he's just kind of meh.
Yeah, Stunky is at least a lad because it has that little cuteness factor going.
Yeah. It
Stunky
earns
does not
cuteness
have that.
points.
Yep.
Like, I like his hair. I like what they were going with, but like, again, bit of a second draft.
Skunky cat, just yeah.
I don't hate it, but don't love it.
Bronzor, controversial take. I really like this little steel psychic disc frisbee.
Controversial
Something-
statement. Toss him like a frisbee.
I mean, considering it's
He's very frisbee shaped.
it is a psychic type, so if you were to throw it, also good luck trying to throw it. Consider it heavy as fuck. But it would just kind of stop itself and just float. I really like it. I can't really explain why.
Is
But
Skunky a stinker? How dare.
I've returned.
Oh, welcome back. We went through a few more.
Ah, you haven't passed my favorite boy yet.
No, not yet.
We got through Low Putty.
Oh.
One of the few megas that's actually better than the original.
One of the few megas done right. And we are up to Bronzor and Bronzong. I like the history that Bronzor and Bronzong actually have in terms of Pokemon, and I kind of wish that the games delved a little bit more into it. But that's just me.
He's certainly a fella.
I'd say he's a little guy.
Bronzor, yes, and then Bronzong is a lad.
I can agree to that.
And fun fact about Bronzor, the frisbee is kind of smiling at you.
Frisbee.
If you just look at it head on, it is smiling at you, and I love it.
I'm sorry, I will not. He's just very frisbee shaped. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah,
Like, not even in a
frisbee.
malicious way.
If not frisbee, why frisbee shaped?
Exactly.
So, Bonsly, a pre-evolution to Sudowoodo.
It's one of those weird babies, but I don't fully hate it.
I feel like it kind of gets a little bit of a iconic status, considering Brock had one for the longest time.
I'd be willing to put him in little guy because I don't think he's full icon.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, you actually see Bonsly for the first time in the Lucario movie.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which was initially released back in Generation 3 in terms of anime, because it was like right on the cusp between 3 and 4.
Because, like, they noticed it was around, and it did eat some of its food, but it kind of just followed them for a bit. So it wasn't caught in the movie, but its first appearance was in the movie.
Yep.
Now, the best
Mine
baby.
Junior.
The worst puberty, I should say.
Yeah, considering Mr. Mime, but also Generation 8 happened, and...
He's such a cutie! I love him! Like, if Mr. Mime... If the Mime family, like, followed this line of thinking, I feel like he'd be so much more popular in a good way.
Yes!
Like, he's
Which,
so cute!
Mime Jr., we're sticking in freaking Golden Boys because it's freaking adorable!
I can agree to that. Like, he's just he's the epitome of what Clown Tuber is all about.
And it's...
Personally, like, I would have enjoyed if they had made a female and male difference between the Mime Juniors. Like, I like it, don't get me wrong, but, like, I feel like it would have been a good separation of lines so that, like, when a female or a male evolved, they would look different.
Right.
I can see that.
Personally, and I think the easiest way to actually do that gender difference is in the hat. So the male would actually have the hat standing straight up, and then the female would have it kind of drooped down, almost like hair.
I would love
I was
that.
gonna say, like, what if one of them had, like, the hat like the has like the one it has now, but then the other one has, like, a two-pointed hat, like more of a jester hat?
Oh yeah!
That is certainly that's certainly an option.
I don't know. I just love Mime Jr. so much. It has the
Happy.
worst puberty ever.
Happy, what?
Chunky baby
Why?
can
He's
lift
a guy.
Can lift
He's
trucks.
cute, but why do you exist? You
Really,
don't
why
need
do
to
you exist?
exist.
You're adorable. I think it's in all red, I guess, because it's like, you're adorable. I love your design, but why are you here?
Exactly. Just why?
I think it's more of a meh.
Meh.
I think it's a meh.
We must protect all the Mime Juniors from becoming Mr. Mimes.
Well, that's easy. Just don't teach them mimic.
Just give them all Everstones.
The
That's
strongest baby Pokemon you've ever seen. Okay, Chatot.
Chatot. I actually really like Chatot.
I love Chatot, but oh my god, the drama Chatot had.
Well, considering that was predominantly in competitive and people were being, to put it lightly, rude, yes.
They were being silly
Um,
lads.
They
I also
actually did ban Chatter in particular for the, well, I think that ban is actually still active. Though I'm not sure why, considering Scarlet and Violet don't have the voice capabilities.
I do like him though. He's a cute little bird.
He's also a snitch. In Arceus.
Never mind, get out of here. I'm joking.
No.
I'm joking.
Now, the reason
But
why Sam says that is in Arceus, if you attempt to catch anything around Chatot, or you attempt to catch Chatot and it's unsuccessful, if you alert it, it will alert the Pokemon around it that you were in the area, making your life so much harder.
Yes.
It's a
And-
snitch.
You don't even have to fail the capture. As soon as it sees you, it's going to do that.
It's a rat.
Yeah. It's a freaking snitch.
But he is a cute guy. He's a fella.
I like the fact his head is shaped like a note.
Me too. And it doesn't feel weird. Like, it doesn't feel like just a note slapped on for a head. It actually feels like it could be a
Yeah,
natural shape you would see.
Can you imagine
feels
how weird
like
it would
it's
look if it...
naturally a part of the plumage, yeah.
Can you imagine if, like, it didn't have the note bit on the top, and it was just a little black head?
Oh god.
He's
Oh,
bald.
Spiritomb. How Spiritomb is not considered a mythical Pokemon, I don't know.
I don't know.
Icon.
It is very much an
Icon.
icon. I can agree to that.
Oh, heck yeah. It should
I
be
do wish its colors were a little different, because the green on purple, it's a choice.
So, here's the next question. What do you think of the shiny form?
Hang on, I have to look at the shiny to make sure I'm thinking of the right shiny here.
Wait,
Because
Wait,
the
silver.
shiny is absolutely gorgeous.
wait, silver.
Yeah.
It's green on purple. It's the darkest Pokemon.
Dun dun dun.
Basically.
I do prefer it shiny, because I think it's just the fact that not only are the colors like cool and warm colors,
I just realized something
like,
about
they're-
the shiny.
but like they're bright, different cool and warm colors, whereas the shiny is mainly cool colors.
Silver, I've noticed something about the shiny.
What?
It's pink, blue, and white.
It's technically yellow for
What month
the
is it?
stone, but
Trans Spiritomb!
Spiritomb!
I'm not going to disagree. Trans rights.
I actually told my dad the other day jokingly, anything can be trans if you squint hard enough.
You're
Doesn't
not
Spiritomb
wrong.
Doesn't Spiritomb not have a gender?
I'm pretty sure they
Yes, it's actually one of the few Pokemon that is canonically genderless.
don't. Non-binary Spiritomb. I'll leave.
That being said, I do wish that they actually upgraded Spiritomb's status from like normal Pokemon to freaking mythical, considering all the work you have to do.
I agree.
Because not only do you have to get the odd keystone, but you have to get 108 spirits in order to actually get this thing to show up.
Yeah, it's a lot of work for it, but like it is It is a really cool Pokemon.
Oh yeah.
I also feel like, you know, like how, just as an example, you know how with Zygarde, the more cells it gets, the bigger it can be?
Yeah.
I feel like
they could also do that here, yeah.
They could do that with Spiritomb, but like have 108 is the base form that we know, and then the more you get after that, the bigger it can be.
Oh god, that would be terrifying.
It would be cool though.
Mm.
Like it slowly gets more and more unwielding and starts like growing like more appendages and stuff as you collect more.
Sleep paralysis demon? Yeah, just summon
I don't want to think about that. Oh god.
Anyway, Gibble. He's a fella.
Well, considering Cynthia, dear god.
Garchomp is a menace.
Garchomp is an icon.
Garchomp is an icon. If you have a ice type like Weavile, it goes down relatively quick, but
Still question how it flies though.
very carefully.
She's fine. Very carefully. I hate its Mega. I hate its Mega so much.
Yeah, and the shiny form of the Mega just
Do we need to put this Mega in Y?
I think this Mega goes in Y. It's just like, let's stick teeth to your stomach.
Teeth to the stomach, elongate the arms, spike the tail for no good reason. Just yuck.
And then we have its middle form, which I genuinely can't remember the name. I'm not even kidding.
Gabite.
Gabite for me is a lad. Because, and this is a bit of Sam / Dungeon Brewer lore here, I grew up with Pokemon Battle Revolution. And one of the best Pokemon on the passes you could get was the freaking Gabite.
I'm willing to put him in lads. I can agree to that.
So it's just, yeah, I've got biases here.
Munchlax. He's a fella.
He's arguably iconic considering Snorlax.
I feel like he's less iconic than Snorlax though.
He's just a little hungry guy. He just wants some food.
He's a fella. He's got no brain stare constantly.
Hey, at least he's not like freaking Morpeko, who's hungry all the time.
Yes. And then when Snorlax happens, it's just nap time.
While I would love to listen to Cosmic Eye, I'm not about to risk getting flagged down because it actually has Jack Back singing in it.
Fair enough.
You're my favorite boy!
The boy! Golden boy.
Golden boy.
I would honestly say that Riola's Golden Boy. Lucario is at least iconic.
I think they're both Golden Boy. Like,
both Golden Boy.
Lucario is the fighting Pokemon.
And everybody forgets that it's also Steel type.
Yep. Everybody does forget it's also Steel type. I do love though, like, I feel like Lucario, to my knowledge at least, so correct me if I'm wrong here, but Lucario is one of like the first Pokemon to like say, hey, the typing doesn't always have to be just slap in your face. It can be about like concept. Like he's a Steel type because he has an Iron Will.
Yeah.
And I love that.
I feel like there was one before it, but I don't remember who.
There might have been.
I don't remember who. We're not gonna worry about it.
We're not gonna go into it. And then it's Mega.
Mega Lucario. I feel honestly that Mega Lucario is kind of a downgrade.
It is. They didn't really do like. Why not go with an Anubis design concept? Because like he already has heavy Anubis vibes.
I don't know.
I think it's another why.
I believe when it comes to like Anubis designs, the Houndoom was meant to go along that line.
It feels more Cerberus.
Well, if they were going to do it, they would make Houndoom a freaking biped.
I'm glad they didn't.
Oh God, that's
please
cursed.
no.
That's cursed.
That's
Be
That's
gone from my
terrifying.
brain.
Moving on. We don't need that image.
I see one of my favorite Pokemon, Riolu and Lucario. Yes, they are fan favorites, rightfully deserved. Love them.
Oh yeah.
If Pokemon were a real thing, I'd go looking for a Riolu.
Hippowdon.
Hopefully you can find one.
He's a guy. Oh,
Hippopotas is at least a little guy. I hate Sandstream though.
it's
I like the fact
so
that like Hippopotas at least has like male and female gender differences, because I know that hippos in the wild have like differences between males and females.
yeah, it's fun, and it's done in a like really good way where it's not like not like your classic cartoon male versus female designs. It's just here's different coloring, like some actual animals have.
Yeah.
Which here's another little tidbit of Dungeon Brewer lore. I actually mistook the female form of Hippowdon as the shiny form.
Oh, it would be such a good shiny if it was. What is the shiny?
It would be so much better.
Is it
The
green?
best way to describe it is
forget
just
it's green.
a green tint.
Yeah.
It's not the worst
one of-
green, at least.
Yeah.
The female form is better than the male form.
It kind of it gives me like army color vibes.
Like
it gives
I
me
said,
pistachio ice
female-
cream vibes.
What?
Have you never seen the color of pistachio? Well, look, you know, the one that's more like green color. If you look at the color of pistachio ice cream, that's what that color is.
I don't think of pistachio ice cream when I see shiny male Hippowdon. No.
Like it's not like as green as mint ice cream, because that's more of like a proper pastel green. But like that just looks like pistachio ice cream to me, because that's like a yellowy green.
Can we just put Hippowdon in lads and move on?
Yeah.
Let's move on from the
Mega
pistachio.
Lucario is cool. The thing is, Mega Lucario, like, I can agree that's cool, but only really because it's just Lucario with extra steps.
It's cool, but it's a downgrade when you look at the bigger picture.
What do you think of the shiny version of Riolu and Lucario? I have to look it up because I keep forgetting my shinies.
I believe it's yellow.
I actually kind of enjoy it. I do wish it was more like a red as opposed to a yellow, but
Yeah, it's not bad shiny.
it's not bad.
It's not bad. I
They're
think
decent
Darkest has
shinies.
one. I think Darkest has the shiny in Violet, I think it is.
Nice.
Considering one of the gifts was a shiny Lucario, yes. I did not claim it because I actually want to find one on my own.
Drapion.
Starly and
Scorpion.
Drapion.
I love Scorpion, honestly. He's just a little fella.
He's so cute.
He's a little
He's
fella. He
cute.
gonna stab you. Give me
He's
a
cute,
little
and
stabby
at least-
stab.
And
It's
at
the little
least
scorpion.
with Skyrepi's shiny form, it is lovely. It is bright. It is vibrant. I love it.
I get that, like,
Drapion.
I get that like Skorupi was meant to be a scorpion. What was Drapion supposed to be? Is it just a bigger scorpion?
Basically, it's a bigger scorpion without the tail.
Yeah.
Which
It's my least favorite of the Scorpion kind of like lines.
it's not bad, but it's not great.
It's alright, I guess.
I think it's meh.
It's just kind of meh.
meh.
And now
Croagunk.
we got to why Brock is probably suffering through several type of diseases.
He's been poisoned at least once.
Yeah, definitely
mean-
at least once.
At least it saves him from being a creep on women.
God,
Yeah,
the
I'm
Pokemon,
saying,
the
like,
Pokemon
I've
show
never-
has.
Like I'm being like, Brock is like attracted to every female in that show. The only reason they could actually tell that a female was not a female was when Brock did not like jump at the chance to give them flowers or propose.
And even then, I feel like there would be a couple of characters, at least later, that kind of blur that line enough.
Yeah. There's just a bunch of question marks when it comes to Brock.
Anyway,
We
I can tell you
love him,
here.
but we don't pay too much attention to, some of the questions. Like,
Yeah,
I would say
I can
he's a
tell you
little
here.
guy. He's a little guy.
Croagunk, yeah. Croagunk is at least a little guy. Toxicroak,
I'd say
I
he's more
would
of a
say lad. Well, actually, no, I would say Golden Boy, considering it's one of my favorites, and I do have a shiny Toxicroak. One of my first legitimate shinies was actually a Croagunk that I evolved into Toxicroak. So
Plus
I
believe
don't
one of
like the design for reasons I can't say on stream.
fair point.
Plus, I believe Toxicroak was also one of the Pokemon of one of the Team Galactic.
Commander
3?
Saturn, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put it in muted, but don't hate me.
No, I gotta remember, this is an opinion list. Opinions are going to happen.
Don't worry, if anyone asks, just don't get context.
It's the Agents of Chaos way.
The Agents of Chaos way, there is no context here.
And I think I'm actually a member. I mean, you're not wrong.
It does,
You're
and
not
it's just
wrong.
it makes me feel so uncomfortable.
I understand that. Moving on. Cardamon.
Cardamine is so weird. Like I've always
That's my answer to that.
God damn it, coffee. Carmine's weird because like I like him, but like he's such a forgetful Pokemon if it wasn't for Team Rocket.
And
Yeah.
the freaking shiny form is gorgeous. If shiny Carnivine was not the color scheme that it currently is, I don't think people would enjoy Carnivine as much.
I think it's a lad at least.
Yes, yeah. It is very much a lad.
I wish they did more with the Venus Flytrap aspect. I wish we had more Venus Flytrap Pokemon. I'll be honest.
I feel like they could have done something similar to is it the Dino line where it gets like 1 head, 2 head, 3 head?
Yeah.
Hydra?
But like, yeah, I feel like they could have done that with Carnivine because I know that like Venus Flytrap plants, I know some of them grow quite a lot of them just from one stem.
Yeah.
So they could have had like it started with 1 head and then like as it grew bigger, it divided and had like 2 heads and then 3 heads or something like that.
Free Grass Dragon idea for Figmon artists out there if they haven't already made it.
I
or
mean,
even just one
Hydrapple is
evolution
also
into a
a
2-headed
thing.
Carnivine.
Oh, well, I see a lad there I see a couple lads there that we are not ready for.
Let's just ignore that and head on over to Finneon and...
If we don't look at them, they can't hurt us.
Finneon and Luminion are... I feel like
they're kind of meh.
They're another one of those Pokemon I feel like if they were cut out, nobody would really notice that much.
Exactly.
I honestly think Finneon's a little guy, just for how it looks.
He is a little guy, but like, he's a forgetful guy, like...
Just going, lads.
I think it's alright, I guess, for both of these, because like...
It's alright, but it's not...
I'd love the designs, but like, if they got removed, I don't think I'd really notice.
Finneon, I like. I just wonder why they got rid of the pink for the Luminion.
Yeah, they only really have it on its tail.
Now, if they were to cut Mantike, I would freaking riot.
I would riot as well. I
Look
love
at him.
Mantike.
Adorable.
Look at that face!
and if you notice, on the back sprite, there's a smile on the back, too.
You can't hate that face. I'm sorry. It's impossible.
Also, if I remember correctly, and this is actually like an interesting thing, for anyone out there who gets Pokemon trading cards, if you ever find a Mantike card, you are exceedingly lucky. Mainly because there is only 2 cards of Mantike in existence.
Damn.
Like, there's only 2 created cards for Mantike, whereas if you look at all the ones for Gengar, there is a lot more.
Damn.
It also depends on, like, sets, too.
Yeah, I only learned this from, like, watching one, I think it was Jaden Animation's video from when they went to, like, on a tour through Japan to do different things, and they went to the place where they, like, create the cards, and, they searched up Mantike, and I think there's only, like, 1 or 2 cards that were ever created for Mantike, whereas for Gengar, there's, like, 20.
Hashtag more Mantike love.
More
Please.
Mantike love. He's a little guy.
He's cute.
Now the Snowbird line.
I actually enjoy Snover, at least. Snover's a little guy.
He's a fella.
Abomasnow...
Personally, I like Abomasnow.
I like Abomasnow, but I wish it wasn't so angry.
Speaking of Snover, Sam, if you ever get round to playing Pixelmon, there's actually an interesting skin you can get for Snover.
Is it a freaking Christmas tree?
I believe one of them is a Christmas tree, the other one is a Santa outfit.
Honestly, that makes sense.
But you have to, I think you either have to catch or you have to evolve them on a Mount Lanakila biome.
Like I said, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think Snover, or not Snover, Abomasnow is a lad.
Lads. Kind of a low lad for me. Mega Abomasnow, what the heck?
Yeah, they just put him on the ground and add things to his back.
Should you put that in Y?
Yeah.
Weavile.
I am a Weavile lover.
Yes.
Shiny form, notwithstanding, because I'm not a fan of the drastic pink. Weavile is awesome.
Should we go a little guy or a lad? Or higher than that?
I think he's iconic.
I would at least say icon, because
Icon.
what's the first thing you think of when you think of Gen-4 Dark type?
Either Honchkrow or this guy.
Exactly.
Like, they are both icons, and especially with my love of, like, the design for Weavile, icon.
Can we just ignore the shiny form for now, though? Please?
the vibrant, bright pink that slaps you in the face.
Yes!
If we don't think about it, it can't hurt us.
Now Magnezone.
Magnezone, I would
He's
say...
a weird fella, but I love him.
Magnezone, I would at least say iconic for me.
He's a weird fella.
I'd say little guys. Go somewhere in the middle.
He's weird, but he's supposed to be.
He has little guy energy.
Yeah.
I mean, like, what is it? Isn't he like isn't he just like a bunch of little guys glued together, pretty much?
Pretty much.
Basically. Licky licky.
Please leave. Please leave. Actually, why? Why do you exist? We didn't need you. You're not needed here. You can't even learn Lick.
We didn't need Lickitung to start with. Why did Lickitung have to get an evolution?
I don't know.
And why does he have a Wi-Fi symbol on his chest?
That's the least of its problems.
Why does it have a pompadour on its head?
You said it again. That is the least of its problems.
He's forever trying to connect to the internet.
He needs friends.
Okay.
He is forever dial-up.
And
So,
Rhyperior.
Rhyperior. I would say at least Rhyperior is a lad. It is one of the Generation 4 evolutions that I think was actually done really, really well.
Yeah.
I do like him, but he does have a bit of a weird shape to me, but I am willing to put him in lads.
Yeah, he's got a little jank, but it's good jank.
He's alright.
Tangrowth.
He's a derpy guy.
Okay.
I personally love him.
Yeah, Tangrowth is okay. Not my favorite.
He's
grass type
derp.
to use, but
I'd honestly say it's a meh for that one.
You think meh?
Yeah, I think Tangrowth's a meh. It's like, it looks okay, it looks cool. But did we need it?
not necessarily true. Electivire. Oh god. I love this monster.
Okay, but those
Motor
are
Drive
hefty.
Electivire can be terrifying.
They can be hefty.
And not to mention, it learns Ice Punch, so it does have a little bit of coverage for ground types.
Yeah. He's a big fella.
And
He's a
considering
big
you
boy.
can outspeed a ground type relatively quickly,
Hate. All I know is hate.
just
What, the Magmortar?
yeah. Why did it have to look like that?
Look at its
Please leave.
face.
Just
Go get your
fly.
second draft.
It just if they took more of like the duck lizard thing that Magmar had going for it,
Yeah.
I'd be fine. But
They
no,
should've
they
squished his
squish
face.
it down and give him a cannon.
Yeah.
What? Why?
So much wrong.
Togekiss.
I like Togekiss design-wise.
Togekiss is a very solid evolution line.
Let's say it's a little guy.
at least it's a very solid final evolution.
Yeah.
I think it's a little guy.
I think it's got little guy energy.
Yeah.
Got Mega.
Again, Mega.
It's alright.
I would say Lad.
Yeah, I could agree to Lad. It's alright.
It's not as good as Yanma, but it's still good.
I vibe with it. Oh boy, Sam, you ready?
I am going to get crucified.
Did you bring your essay with you?
It's not so much of an essay, or at least it's not a full-on essay, but let me explain here, okay?
You have the floor.
So we've got Eevee, right? And then we've got the initial trio of Jolteon, Vaporeon, Flareon, cool. Electric, Water, Fire, cool. Generation 2 as in Dark and Psychic in Umbreon and Espeon. Why of all places would you go Grass type for Generation 4? That is where I'm running into issues. I could see a ground type, I could see a steel type, I could see a rock type for Generation 4. I don't see grass.
I have heard people theorize since the original typings were like the types themselves were special and physical.
Yeah.
That they made all the Eevee evolutions special typing.
Still, just they introduced the physical and special split for moves in Generation 4. So they could go either way. Why does Leafeon need to be here mechanically?
I can kind of understand why. I can kind of understand why. Because at least grass has been around since the beginning. It's been around since Gen 1. And every generation is gonna have a grass starter. So it's part of like the main 3 types you're gonna get. So I can kind of see why they had the appeal to make a grass type evolution.
I still wouldn't use it over something like Roserade or Carnivine.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not.
But I think with each generation of evolutions, they were going for a different theme. So like, for the main 3, like the first 3, they were all stone evolutions, whereas the next 2 were friendship evolutions. Whereas these 2, they're kind of based on environment types.
Yeah, these Glaceon and Leafeon are 2 location-dependent evolutions, which is another problem I have, but that's just more of the generation as a whole.
Yeah, so I can understand why they went with a grass type, because Glaceon was supposed to be like something that lives in very heavy snow environments, or at least icy environments, whereas Leafeon was supposed to be like a woodland kind of evolution, or even a grassy meadow kind of Pokemon. So I can understand why they were going with it.
I can see that, but if you're going to do that, I would at least make Eevee a earlier encounter in order for you to actually have a better shot at Leafeon, because you don't necessarily get an Eevee, at least in Generation 4, until Hearthome City with the gift Eevee or the Trophy Garden.
I mean, that just sounds like a game design problem.
Yeah, that is a game design problem, and it is tainting my image of Leafeon in particular. And then the shiny form for Leafeon, because again, hi, Shiny Hunter.
Oh, the shiny form is shit.
Is absolute garbage.
Just make it autumn colors.
I'm gonna say it, and I might get crucified for this, but the shinies for these 2 evolutions they weren't that great.
Black Ice Glaceon, autumn fall colors Leafeon. Boom, there you go. Automatic better shiny.
Yeah, the shiny forms for those 2 in particular are not great.
Like, one of them's just a paler whitish blue, and then the other one's just a more greener green. So
anyway, back to the rankings here, because if I'm given the floor, we're gonna be stuck here forever. I would at least put Leafeon in. It's all right. Like,
I'll fight for lads,
but
I would say
don't
lads.
Hate it.
I would say lads.
Well.
I mean, we can go for middle ground if you want. We could go for meh.
Well, no, that's the middle ground for me, because I love Leafeon.
Alright,
We're
let's
on
agree to
opposite
disagree
sides
and
of
move
the
on.
spectrum here.
Yeah,
Let's agree to disagree and move on.
yeah, it's just one of those, I know I'm going to get crucified for the take, so I might as well deal with it. Glaceon is a little bit higher.
It's
for me.
bald. I'll say it, it's bald.
Yeah.
I'd say it's little guy. It's got little guy energy.
I have to disagree. I like Glaceon less than I like Leafeon.
So you like Glaceon less than Leafeon?
Yes.
Should we just go for lads then?
I think to be safe, we put them both in lads.
Yeah, because if there's a huge discrepancy between the two, I think we're actually going to get crucified.
I think the safest way we can put it is they're not the best EV evolutions.
Yep.
Also, I'm gonna go quickly deal with my dinner plate and coffee cup.
Alright?
Yep. Go for it.
So, you continue without me.
My score is
My
iconic
score.
to me.
Yeah.
If you get to Rotom before I come back, I'm gonna put my thing in now and say it's a lad.
I can
I
agree
would
with
at
that.
least say Rotom's an icon, but that's just me.
He's both.
Mamoswine.
Mamoswine is weird.
It's a solid evolution to the Swinub line. When honestly, I don't think Swinub actually needed it.
It wasn't needed, but it's not bad.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world.
I think we can put him in lads.
Mm-hmm. Porygon-Z.
I'm
like
not a fan of the way the Porygon line went.
I like the jank. However, this is too much jank.
I will say Porygon-Z does make some of the best fusions on Infinite Fusion Generator.
Well, yeah, considering it's a freaking glitch.
I think it's alright, I guess.
Yeah, like there's room for improvement there.
Oh boy, I feel
Delayed.
like
If we put him in anything lower than lads, I think the people will riot.
I personally love Gallade.
Yeah,
I'm a
yes.
big Gallade enjoyer.
I'm partial to Gardevoir more than I am Gallade.
Oh,
but-
I am too, but I am still a big Gallade enjoyer.
So in other words, lads, or are we going
I
to
think
step further
lads.
into icon?
I think
Mega
lads.
Gallade.
Again, another one I like. It's not mega Lopunny status, but I do like the design for it. I feel like it does complement Gardevoir's mega well.
Yeah. I do wish that they showed up in the same game, though.
I do too.
Like, you don't, Game Freak, you did not need to wait literally the next game to introduce that one.
There was no need, like at all.
There was no reason. So I would at least say lad again as well, because you've got the cape, you've got the arm, quote unquote, blades, as it were. And it is very nice. Probopass.
He's goofy. He's very goofy.
He's very much a derp.
He's a goofy
Which-
fella.
Here's my question about Probopass. Why did they go with the realistic eyes?
I don't know. That is weird.
Considering Nosepass did not have those eyes.
They did give him oddly realistic eyes.
Yeah, and it, I'm very confused by it.
It's a weird decision. I think it goes to lads though.
I would at least say meh, but that's just
I can
me.
do that. I personally find like the realistic eyes make him keep him more goofy because it just looks like he's got a vacant stare. But I can see like how
Again,
they are super weird.
He looks like a dork, and he does not need to look like a dork.
He's a goofy guy.
Dusknoir and Frostlass. Oh god. I
do like
love-
Frostlass.
Frostlass, I'm dare I say, another icon.
I will agree. I love
Because she
Frostlass.
is servant.
Also, terrifying menace.
Oh yeah.
You get a
Oh, yeah.
Frostlass in a snowstorm, you're fucked.
Considering Snowcloak.
Looks at the
Which-
jaded animation. Soul Link
Hi, Candace from Platinum.
is a menace, and I love her for that.
Yeah. And Dusk Noir is also very, very much terrifying in the best way possible.
Yeah. Again, it feels weird given like the second stage to Dusk School, but I do love Dusk Noir.
Dusk Noir is the final stage. Dusclops is goofy as all hell.
Yeah.
Like, why does it have overly large hands? Why does it have feet?
When did it grow Pete's and why did it immediately lose those Pete's? What was the point?
Yes. Also, the fact that Dusk Noir plays a very big role in Mystery Dungeon Explorers. That
I think
might
I'd put him as
be-
iconic.
Yeah, that would at least help me with the help me explain a little bit of my bias there. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Dear God. Oh hey, we're at Coffee's favorite Pokemon.
He's an icon. I'm sorry. I love Rodon. He repeatedly shows up. Like I can't not put him in icon.
Yeah, are we going to do that with all of the forms
No,
though?
definitely not.
Because I have questions about Rotom Fan. Mainly, why do you have Levitate when you were a flying type?
Look at him go.
Just why?
He does not need Levitate as a flying type, but like it's goofy to see him with Levitate.
And I will admit, my favorite Rotom form, and this might be a little bit of a hot take, it's the lawnmower.
Honestly,
The
I can
lawnmower.
agree to that. It's goofy.
It looks like a menace.
He's a menace to society.
Yes,
I can
and
hear the
love-
Chuckle's voice coming out of him.
Oh God. Oh God.
I am
don't
going
need
to
hear
commit various war crimes.
No. No, I don't need to hear that. Oh God.
He is an absolute mess, and I do love that for him. So I think he deserves to be in like Little Guys.
He's very much a freaking gremlin.
He's such a gremlin, and I love that for him. I think the other, I think the fan can go in lads because I do like his little goofiness to it and the way that it moves.
It's novel, but it's not. I don't particularly enjoy it. Then we have the oven,
I
the
don't
washing machine, which is a competitive menace, and the fridge.
I don't even remember the fridge that exists. So
Fair. Is it weird to say, but I feel like they could do more than just a fridge.
they could like
Like-
the fridge is an ice type. Ice type. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. I feel like, as weird as this is to say, even yes, it might be a little on the nose, a freaking Zamboni might have been a better option. than
God,
a
that
fridge.
would be terrifying to see though. A Rotom possessed Zamboni just charging at you.
Yes.
That'd be terrifying, but so worth it.
Well, also considering it's technically supposed to be based off of household appliances, they didn't really have that many options to begin with.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like it's alright, I guess, for the fridge.
washing machine, or in other words, a freaking competitive menace.
Yeah. Never thought a Rotom form would be a competitive menace.
It's okay. I mean, it's not my favorite, considering it's a possessed washing machine.
I think the oven and washing machine can go in bath.
Yeah.
Now to
Now
the Lake Trio.
we're starting to get into the
I
legendaries.
have personal bias against the Lake Trio. for a
Against?
very niche reason.
And that is?
So I told you before that me and Coffee play Pixelmon a lot. We've spent days trying to find these fuckers to fill out our Pokédex on that game.
And I take it was a no.
It did. We spent days upon days on lakes. I fought so many Magikarps.
Like I said, it was a no.
These little shits. Anyway, aside from that, they're a weird trio.
I like the concept of the trio. I wish Game Freak did more with it.
Yeah. They're weird guys, but I do like them. They're weird little fellas, but I can't say I, like, fully hate them.
Mm-hmm. So I would at least put them in. Well, they are actually quite little, so technically it would be little guys.
Yeah, I think they can fit pretty safely into little guys. Now, Palkia and Dialga.
The box legendaries, as much as I love them, they are awkward as hell.
They are very awkward. They get even more awkward from what I remember seeing in Legends Arceus, though.
Oh, don't.
We'll get to them.
Well, considering I don't know where the Hisui forms would actually show up, but
I'm guessing around the same period as Legends Arceus, because didn't Legends Arceus come out around Gen 9?
Legends Arceus was right before Generation 9, so I think once we get to Generation 8.
I was gonna say, it might either be grouped up with Gen 8 or Gen 9.
Mm-hmm. So, I would put at least both of them in lads, at the very least.
Because they are icons, but, like, just because they're popular legendary.
They're awkward as hell.
Yeah.
Heatran, I forget that Heatran actually
He is a
does.
weird vesicle.
I would say meh.
Yeah.
For Heatran, mainly because he is so awkward, and I don't remember him very much at all. Regigigas.
I still can't believe Regigigas came after the other Rezzies.
I feel like they should have waited with that one.
Like, either swap around the gens or have them all go out at the same time. It feels weird to have him come after.
Well, it's not just that, but with the addition of 2 more Reggie forms in Generation 8, part of me is just wondering, okay, why is Regigigas introduced in 4?
Yeah, it feels weird.
And are we going to acknowledge Slow Start?
Oh god, fucking slow start as an ability.
Yeah.
The only time it's good is if you want to give it to your opponent.
Yeah. And even then, you would have to do it relatively early on.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't get the full effect. So, highest I'd be willing to go is, it's alright.
Yeah,
it's not fantastic, but
he doesn't even really have a great design about him, too.
The design is the only thing that's okay about it.
Yeah. He's not... I could live without him. Like, he's iconic, but, like... I don't know, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, like...
He's iconic, but it's a very niche iconic.
Yeah. Now, Giratina.
Giratina, on the other hand, oh god, if we don't put that anything... If you don't put Giratina iconic... Oh god.
I like its second form better. I'll say that.
Yes. The origin form is like peak Pokemon design.
It really
is.
We
stick that in icon and we move on. The altered form, I would at least say lads.
Yeah, I'll put him in icon, put him in lads. I think that's safe. Cresselia.
Cresselia.
I like Cresselia's design?
Cresselia is very, very weird because again, it's another Pokemon that I legit forget about. Considering it's paired with Darkrai of all Pokemon.
Yeah.
But it is a very nice design, and I do like the concept of it. So I would at least put Cresselia in Lads. Darkrai's freaking iconic.
Darkrai is very iconic.
So we can just knock that out of the way.
Now, these two.
And Manaphy. I feel like they're both very, very novel. And not in a good way.
Like, I don't end up remembering them all that much, honestly.
Yeah. Not to mention, shiny hunting for Manaphy. Dear God, that is an exercise and a half.
I think we put them in meh.
I would actually put Fiona in Please Leave.
Which one?
And then Please Leave.
No, like, which one is that? I don't know.
You put it currently in meh.
Okay.
So we move that to Please Leave, because it really does not need to exist.
Honestly, like...
You just do meh.
They're both really weird.
Again, they're novel, just not in a good way.
Jamin is immediately going to little guys.
I returned.
The land form more so than the sky form.
I think they're both little guys, but I think Jamin is the land form is a little more little guy than the sky form.
I like the land form more than the sky form. The sky form is just way too much jank.
I feel like Skyform is more lad.
I can put him in lad. I'm willing to put him in lad. I like them both, though.
Speaking of which, coffee. We put the original Rotom in iconic, and then the forms. We did the forms.
Oh, okay. I can agree with Rotom Icon.
Yeah.
I hope you don't mind that we put the fridge in. It's all right, I guess.
Yeah.
That reaction tells me you don't mind.
Literally a
I don't
fridge.
mind.
Now, for the last Pokemon of Generation 4, Arceus.
I forget God more than I'd like to admit.
Admittedly, yes.
To be fair though, like, not enough has been really around Arceus.
Which is unfortunate, considering.
Like, he has
There's
the
a
plate
movie about
gimmicks, and that's about it.
There's a
He's
movie
got-
about him. There's a game about
He's
him.
actually got a game dedicated to him. Hello, Legends Arceus.
I know, but like,
Is he really in the game, though?
He
well,
is.
yeah, he's the main reason you show up there.
Well, yeah, but isn't that also like a thing with mystery dungeons? Or is it just implied? That's
No, I believe you
Arceus.
can.
He's not inherently Arceus.
I believe you can catch him, but it has to be through like you have to perfect the dex.
Yeah, which I like Arceus. I don't like it that much.
I think overall it's like you're good, you're cool, you're supposed to be there, but like you're just
Like, there needs to be more.
you're not enough God.
Yes. Well, considering that Generation 4 actually turned out decently okay.
Yeah.
And only a few controversial hot takes.
We only might get our heads taken off.
Generation 5.
Yep.
Oh boy. I'm a little worried now. Well, okay. So, going in,
Remember, Coffee, you're going to be respectful.
that too, and I do want to preface this. A lot of Unova is effectively a reskin of Kanto. Or at least, there is a lot of parallels between the Kanto decks and Unova's decks. So, with that in mind, we'll at least get the tier list out of the way. Also, Victini's here. I genuinely wish that Victini was not at the top of the list, but that...
You're gonna have to live with it.
No, that's not a tier list issue. That is a legitimate game issue that I'm just like...
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, it's just how it is.
I know. I know you don't make the rules, but here we are.
I don't control the Pokemon.
Look, like I said, I know you don't control the rules, but here we are.
So about that penny.
So about the penny. I swear that's just like a stim thing for us now, whenever there's just dead silence. Whenever there's just like straight up dead silence with nothing being said, me or Coffee will just randomly go, so about that penny.
Right.
For an explanation, we a long time ago at the beginning of like the Agents of Chaos, way back when, we did stick fight the game, and there was an arena where it had like a big dip in the middle, and I'm talking like so big of a dip you couldn't really jump out of it, or at least not easily, and the sides were slowly closing. And you spawn, like, we all spawn on either side of this big dip. And we all just casually, like, all said, nope. And Silver's just like, hey, Coffee, go down there. Look, there's a penny down there. And, when I went down there, he went down there too. And Darkus followed, so we all ended up dying on the frickin' walls.
So, about that.
So we all ended up dying anyway. So the penny became a meme.
Well, like I said, so about that.
So that's why we say it's about that penny.
Anyway, with the tiers made, do we want to start with Victini or do we want to stay at the end?
We can just go through and come back around to Victini.
Is Victini the first in this dex? Or is it like the last in this dex?
It's... That's why I'm saying, do we actually start with Victini? Because I actually don't know if it starts the dex.
Silva will find out.
Research. I saw that they're here. We got through.
Should be around like 350? Somewhere past 350? Before? Wait, which gen are we on?
5.
Go further than 425.
So going a bit. Almost there. Yeah, it's the first one.
Alright.
Immediately after Arceus, for some reason. That's so weird.
Yeah.
We'll just come back around to Victini.
Just here's God, now a victory Pokemon.
We'll come back around to Victini.
So Snivy, and by extension Servine and Superior.
I like them.
They're solid. I don't hate them. But I didn't choose them when I initially played Generation 5.
I think I started Snivy when I played it.
I am a big Superior fan. I will say
Superior,
that.
I would say is very much a lad for
yeah.
Sure, considering it is absolutely gorgeous. Servine's
one of the less ugly middle stages, I feel.
Kinda. It has the feats. I don't know why it has the feats, but it has the feats.
I think it's at least a lad.
And then Snivy is...
Look,
My question is, why did Superior lose the feet but still keep the hands?
I don't know. I anytime somebody mentions that it's hands, I cringe a bit more because then I can't unsee it.
I'm not really commenting. Tepig.
Tepig is absolutely a little guy.
Tepig is cute. Pignite and Embor are...
Should we just agree that the 3 starters are just little guys?
Yeah, I think I can agree to that.
Pignite
Pignite and Embor are very, very awkward.
I don't mind Embor. I don't really like Pignite.
Like,
Should we put them both in meh?
Do we?
yeah, I think that would be the best option, or else we're gonna
Yeah.
be here all.
Yeah, that's a great disagreeing point, meh.
Duet and Samrat, I actually
I
really
love these
like
two.
Samrat and Duet's design.
I think Samurott is iconic, especially after Legends Arceus.
Oh yeah, and considering it's got a Hisuian form.
I think Durat. Did I say that right?
Do what?
Duat, thank you. I think he's a lad.
Do what, mate? Sorry.
God
Sorry.
damn it!
Sorry.
I feel like just that
I
should
don't
be a
believe you
goddamn it.
are.
I feel like that should be just a silver goddamn it counter.
Yes.
Patchrat and Watchhog, I
don't
remember
think
them, but the only reason I remember them is because of stuff I have done.
I
Lenora
personally,
and then Team Plasma.
I personally was not a fan for them being like the first Pokemon on like the route. Was it Route 1?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, I was not a fan of them being the rodent Pokemon that you get in the first route. I don't mind ones like Rattata and the ones in the other gens, but Patchrat and Watchhog were just
Kind of too
No.
weird.
Yeah, they're a bit too out there.
I think it's alright. Like,
Like, it's the eyes, man. Like,
I think it is
Yeah,
really the eyes.
it's
change the eyes on the Patrat. I would be a bit more sold on it.
Because I can't put him in fully please leave. Because, like, I do kind of like them, but, like, they're low.
It's also the Route 1 rodent, so if we were actually to cut them from the decks, problems. But the whole entire Stoutland line, if those are not good boys, I will be very upset.
They're at least iconic, but I'd like to put them in Golden Boys.
They are golden boys. They are best boys. And look at Stoutland's wonderful facial hair.
Where was Unova based off of again?
Technically the U.S.
You know, that makes sense.
Honestly, I can't blame you. It does make sense looking at this and knowing it's based off the U.S.
Yeah. So
Leopard and Purloin. Why do they? I've heard this so many times, and I am one of these people. Why did they make them stand up on two legs later on?
Or at
I
least
don't know.
Purloin, I don't know, but I do enjoy that line in particular.
I do too. I think Purloin's a little guy, and Leopard is either iconic or lad.
I would say lad, considering
Yeah.
Leopard is not what springs to mind necessarily.
Oh, boy.
So I wouldn't necessarily put it in icon. The pan
The
of
pan
these phrases
lines.
are perfectly fine. The semis are where I have a problem.
Controversial take. Panseer is the least of the three.
I would say Pansage, but that's just me.
I think we
I'm
put them
sorry,
all.
I'm
We put all these guys in lads to be safe.
Yep, and then the semis.
I feel
Honestly,
like
when I played this game for the first time, I actually just didn't want to evolve the Panpour that I had. Like, I called when I was like, I'm not evolving you.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I think Panpour is the least atrocious. I feel like Panpour is the least atrocious. Or
When it evolves, but
Yeah.
you need to evolve it first. Also acknowledging the fact that it's a freaking stone evolution.
yeah, they're just. I think they're a please leave.
It's not worth it.
If you're gonna ask us to stone evolve you, look better.
Or at least not be so awkward. Ugh.
Be
And
Improve your puberty.
improve your puberty. Get
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna quote that.
I have a weird relationship with Musharna because, like, I love Musharna, but then, like, when you look at the mystery dungeon one, she's a bitch.
Yeah.
If anyone asks what the context of that quote is, give none.
Is it coming from me or is it coming from you?
It's coming from Coffee.
Okay.
I think for Musharna though, like just purely looking at the Pokedex, I gotta give it to little guy because you're just a little ball,
Yeah, a little sleepy guy.
a little sleepy dream ball. Love him.
Sleepy.
Hit up line.
Alright.
Why did they give us the uglier one? I'm sorry, I'll say it. They gave us the uglier one.
So, Pidef is a little guy. Tranquil is a lad. Unpheasant
Is weird.
say meh. Or at least the female is meh, and the male is slightly less meh.
Like, I get what they were going for with, like, again, with the gender differences, like, of actual animals. Where males usually have brighter colors to attract mates. But I feel like they did the female too dirty.
Or at least they didn't up the contrast on the male enough.
Yeah.
So it's not a very solid thing. Blitzel and Zebstrika. Sorry?
I was just gonna say, I love these two a lot.
Oh yeah. Blitzel is at least a little guy. I will acknowledge
I agree.
that it is very cute and we like it here. Zebstrika, it's okay. I mean,
Was Blitzel the one that you could also get relatively like close to the beginning?
Blitzel I think is a little later on.
Oh, I see one of my favorite bug lines coming up. I'm excited.
We'll get
What,
there when we get there.
Is it the Sawada line?
Yes. It's bold.
Like I said, we'll get there when we get there.
Zebstrika, I think, is a lad at least.
Yeah, it's at the very least a lad. It's not my
It's your-
favorite electric type, but
It's your classic
yeah.
edgy, like, if you want a cool, edgy Pokemon for your team kind of thing.
Roggenrola.
Little guy, hands down, because he is a little guy.
Okay, but
Yeah.
like somebody turned him into a pencil sharpener, and I love that.
Yes. Boldor is janky, but I can appreciate some good jank.
I think he's a lad.
Boldor has. Gigalith is amazing.
He is a
Gigalith-
beast.
What the hell
And-
happened to it between Boulder and Gigalith?
I have no idea, but he's a beast.
Basically, it's one of the quote unquote trade evos, which is kind of annoying, but still, and the shiny form just makes it so much better.
I think he's an icon.
Oh yes. Woobat and Swoobat.
I'd say lads.
I can agree to lads with both of them.
Woobat's at least a little guy, because it's a cute little fur
Yeah.
ball.
Got a little heart on his nose.
Yes. Drillbur, also a little guy.
He is very much a little guy. Extra Drill is a
Extra Drill
fucking
is awesome.
powerhouse.
Yes, Excadrill is amazing. I would stick it in lads though,
I can agree to that.
because it's not quite iconic, and I wouldn't necessarily throw an Excadrill on my team every chance I got, so it's not necessarily Golden Boy.
It definitely isn't a Golden Boy moment. Audino!
Audino.
I think Audino's a lad. I like their design a lot.
Yeah, Audino's effectively the Chansey of Generation 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they
solid.
work with the Nurse Joys.
Yes. Mega Audino. I
don't
like it,
hate it.
but why is it here?
I also
It-
question that. Like,
It is
Audino
the
can't evolve.
weirdest Mega to get about. Like, why Audino?
It's
Why not just
it's
make it another
completely out of
evolution?
left field yet.
Yeah, why not make it an evolution?
Oh, there are several that I look at and go.
I think
why
it's all right because like
evolution?
I don't mind that you're here, but I don't really understand why you are here.
Yeah, it's just a case of why are you here?
Timber.
Why?
Timber.
I only remember these guys because of the Mystery Dungeon game,
Oh, God.
Admittedly, yeah.
but I do love them in that game.
I was not fond of this line.
It
I
is
like
a bit of a acquired taste line, I feel.
Yeah,
It's too
I
on
like
the
Timber
nose.
and I like Conkeldurr, but I don't like Girder. Girder just makes me go no.
He's got weird creep vibes.
Well,
Like,
and it's
it's
also
too-
the fact of that line in particular is a trait evolution line. So, eh.
I think Timber and Conkeldurr can be put in lads, but am I saying that right?
Just Timber and then Girder. I
Girder.
would move Girder down.
Girder down to Meh.
Yeah, because and then Conkeldurr.
I'd say please leave.
Yeah.
There.
Lad, little guy.
Simple, yeah.
Absolutely little guy.
He's a little sound tadpole guy, and I love it.
He's just smiling at you. He's here to say, hi, how you doing?
Yeah. Palpitoad.
He's a goofy
Palpitoad is
guy.
awkward. I would at least put him in a lad, because he's still got a little bit of that cuteness, but it's a very awkward cuteness. And then
He's
Seismitoad.
friendly.
Mm-hmm.
I love how, like, people won't be able to see this on your stream, but, like, I love how I'm looking between the Pokemon and the Frappuccino at the same time right now.
Shush!
Yes.
You don't
sorry,
see
man, I
anything.
can't help it.
You don't see it.
I'm sorry, man. I can't help it.
But
But
I kind of like Seismitoad's design.
Seismitoad is solid.
I think he can be in lad.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily spring for him on every team, but
Like, he's a toad. He's like, a lot of toads are not that good looking yet. I think they nailed it.
Yeah, they gave him that kind of like. He looks very scrunkly.
Yeah.
So-
Toads are scrunkly.
Sock and Throw. I prefer Sock over Throw. But that's
Overthrow
just
the government. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
For streaming reasons, that was a joke.
For legal reasons, this is a joke. For so many legal reasons, this is a joke of making a pun off a Pokemon name.
Well, like I said, for streaming reasons, that was a joke.
Or is it?
Coffee.
Please don't get us thrown off the internet.
But they're both kind of weird fellas to me. 'Cause, like, again, they're another case of I don't hate them, but like I don't often remember them that easy.
They are a parallel to the Hitmonline.
Yeah, but they do it worse, I feel.
Yes.
So I think it's a bad case for me.
I would at least put Sock and Lads, but then again, I like Sock.
Then again, I believe the two of them are different types of martial art users.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I believe one of them was meant to be like a one more based on Aikido, whereas the other one's based on Jiu-Jitsu. I
Yes.
think. I may be wrong. Don't quote me on it.
I will
Yeah.
say I think
Yeah.
I can put them both on lads because like I do like
Yeah.
Bro because I just feel like he'd give you a good hug.
He
Give
would.
you a nice big hug.
He's a short stack, but he'll give good hugs.
He'd give good hugs. So
Swaddle.
if it were up to me, both of
Is-
these lines would be in Golden Boy. So please stop me.
I would be okay with that actually.
Let's go with that.
These are my favorite bug lines of any game.
And I will admit, Generation 5 is when bug type actually started to get good. At least in terms of mons.
Yeah,
I will admit that at least the Venipede line kind of is okay because it turns into somewhat of a cocoon in the second stage, and then like when it finally evolves into the third stage, it does look a bit reminiscent of what it began as, which I like.
I like both
For
of
color.
these bug lines so much. They are my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
I would die for these bugs.
Please
Please
don't.
don't. The synchronicity.
So,
Patini.
Patini and Whimsicott.
I feel like they're both little guys.
Yes,
little
yes,
guys.
they are. Cottoney's a little guy and Whimsicott's a little prankster.
They're both cute little guys, and I love them.
Literally. Petaloo is at least a little guy.
Yeah.
I love Lilligant's design so much.
The original, the
We
original.
don't talk about the Electric Arceus
Design.
one right now.
Yeah, no.
I
we don't talk
have.
about Tinkerbell. We don't
I
talk about
have
Tinkerbell?
opinions.
Julie
So-
noted we don't talk about Tinkerbell.
Not yet, anyway.
But I really
Um,
love this Lilligant design.
I So do I. She is serving. I say we stick her an icon.
I'm only sticking an icon. Because I don't remember, but I don't remember where, but I know there was a Lilligant in the anime. Oh, it was... Oh, I remember. It was, it was that one, like, mini contest episode with the, with, I think it was Ash's Snivy, and... Or no, it wasn't Ash's Snivy. It was... what was her name? I don't remember who, but it was, like, them going up against, this fucker over here whose name I can never get right for the life of me.
Cincino.
Yeah, it was like going against... It was like going against them. I remember the episode so vividly because I watched it so much, but I'm pretty sure one of the Pokemon in it was Lilligant.
Yep. And one of the most prominent Pokemon comics that I actually remember seeing on YouTube, one of the main characters is actually a Lilligant by the name of Rosie.
Nice.
Who is also gay for a Gardevoir by the name of Kita.
Oh my gosh, I love that.
Pride!
Pride! Basculegion.
That's Basculegion.
Oh yeah, Basculegion is the evolution.
Not Basculegion yet.
Basculin... It's a weird fish to me. Because like...
It's a Scrunkly.
It's very much a Scrunkly. It's that weird Scrunkly that I think I only remember because of Legends Arceus now.
Yeah.
I think it's a lad.
I think it's more meh.
I think it's just slightly more meh than lad.
The only reason you would actually catch one is because of the white stripe. That is the only reason.
Like, I do love him, but like, I barely remember him outside of Legends Arceus.
Yeah, Sandile. Oh my gosh, Sandile
I love the
is a
Sandile
little
line.
guy.
Little fella, he chopped your fingy. He make the Yoshi sound effect.
He's just gonna numb on you. Just numb. And then Krokorok. Krokorok's a lad. And then Crocodile is a freaking beast.
Yeah.
But we are not going to talk about Crocodile shiny form. Just no.
No.
Why? What color? What color is it? Is it bad?
It is very shades of
Sam, avert
brown.
your eyes.
It is very shades of brown. No.
Oh no.
It's not Grappler bad, but still.
It's a choice.
Oh
It's
God!
not
Get
a
it
good
away.
one.
Get it.
It's
get it
a
off the screen.
choice.
It's
Get it
not
off
a
the
good
screen.
one.
It's not a horrendous choice, but it certainly is a choice.
It's not a good one. Anyway, let's just move the Crocodile and
I think he's a
move
lad.
on. Darumaka and arguably Darmanitan, I would say they're both lads.
I can agree to that. I don't like the Galarian one though. Why did they only include the Galarian one here?
Because that's not the Galarian form. That's the Zen form.
Oh right. It feels
feel
weird
like
to me.
I feel like they should have made Darmanitan a split evolution. And have the Zen form be a actual part instead
Yeah,
of just...
I feel like that would work better. I think overall though, the Zen form is a please leave. Like, we didn't really need it.
Yeah. Maractus!
I love Maractus!
I like it. It's a weird vibe, but I like it.
It has no purpose other than being adorable and dancing, and honestly, good for them.
Yeah, it freaking dances. It's adorable.
It did a little shaky shake Macarena.
So, are we sticking it in lad? Are we sticking it in little guy?
I think it's a
Where
little
the
guy
heck are we
vibe.
sticking this? Alright. Dwebble
Bubble is a little guy.
He's a little guy. Crustle is at least a lad.
He's a derpy lad. Look at his face.
Yes. Yes, he is a derp. Scraggy and Scrafty, I would put them both in lads.
I honestly did not like Scraggy and Scrafty.
Really?
I
Go off.
No, like, in terms of just how they look, I don't know what they were going for or what these were based on, but I don't like them. They're just one of the Pokemon that I viscerally just say, no.
I know it's, like, supposed to be based off of, like, lizards shedding their skin to some extent.
It doesn't translate well. It's very awkward.
I like them for their personality, not for their design as much.
Yeah. I would, like, if I was doing this just for my stream, or even if I was just doing this on my own, I honestly would put them in Please Leave.
Balance it out with a meh?
Yeah,
I was going to say, are you willing to at least entertain a meh?
I'll go with a meh.
Okay.
I do like them for their personality more so than their design.
Yeah, because I will be the first to admit the design is jank. And not in a good way.
Oh, God.
Sigilif, I would say, is jank in a good way.
I never remember this thing, but every time I see it, my fight or flight kicks in.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mess. It's a little bit of a mess.
Biblically accurate angel, anyone?
Not quite. I would kind of stick it in meh, actually.
I put it in it's alright, because, like, there's very little keeping it from me putting it in Please Leave. It just... Again, the fight or flight I get from this thing is ridiculous.
Alright. The shiny form is actually really, really good. Like, Sigilif is one of those Pokemon where it's like, the shiny form, it's like, why do you have this? You have no right to have a form this good.
Better shiny than normal.
Oh, yeah. And, Yamask. I actually like Yamask. And, by extension...
Little guy.
He's
Cofagrigus as well.
that one Pokemon you can make the ya boy joke with.
Ya boy.
Well, because his name's Yamask, so, you know, he ya boy.
He ya boy.
So, Cofagrigus I would not put in little guy, but I would definitely say lad. It is a very solid ghost.
He is a lad.
Tortuga. I love Tortuga. Tortuga is actually my second favorite fossil.
Good fossil Pokemon.
He's a little guy. I love him. Caracosta is a lad.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
I'm gonna say it now, like, I know what they were going for with Arkin and Archeops, but, like, they could have done it a little better.
Yeah, I would say, Archin's at least a meh. Archeops...
Why do you have the ability that you have, sir?
Defeatist is slow start levels of bad. I'm sorry, it is.
I think it's all right because I do like a lot of its design, but like you need
a new ability.
You need to fix it up, bud.
Basically, we want Turtle.
Turtle. Who doesn't want Turtle?
Turtle is better. Turtle is so much better.
We stand Turtles here.
Are we gonna rate the literal garbage above Archeops?
Yes.
we stand Turtles. Clean the oceans.
Clean the oceans. I say as I put a trash bag right next to the turtle.
Oh god.
Oh god. Which.
Oh shit! That reminds me. Actually, I've totally forgotten this entire time. If you want, use the exclamation point charity, which I probably forgot to put in the stream info. I did, my bad.
Well.
But, while, they are not live right now, my friend Tristan, who I've talked before about on this channel, as of this moment, for a while actually now, he's been holding a charity for the Trevor Project. I'm sure many people are familiar with this project, but if you aren't, it's basically a big help towards LGBTQ plus people, and it's a massive donation thing that pops up quite a lot when it comes to LGBTQ stuff. And he is holding a charity for it on his channel, and if you want to use exclamation point charity, and you'll get the link to his Twitch. And
it's one of those deals of spoiler alert, we're not straight.
Yeah.
Though
What,
speaking
you
of
couldn't
Filthy Mickey,
tell?
Happy Pride Month.
Yes, very much Happy Pride Month. But yeah, if you could, check out his channel, follow one thing, because I would love to get him some more followers. But also, if you do follow him whenever he's live, if you could donate some money for a charity project, I'd very much appreciate that. The only reason I send over his way rather than hold a charity event here myself is because I just straight up don't know how to yet. And I'm not about to panic, like, if I can't even get my fucking chat to work, I'm not gonna panic like a week trying to set up charity when a friend I already know is hosting the charity and I can just say, hey, go give the money to his charity.
It's a case
I
of...
mean, you'll panic, but it'll be a different kind of panic. It'll be by panic instead.
Still, moving on.
The only reason I remember that because I was like, maybe someday I can do a charity for like raising money to like clean the ocean.
Do it, man.
I might one day.
That's another stream for another time. Back to the giant trash monster.
I can't say I hate him.
I honestly don't like it.
I'm at least gonna say meh.
He's a scrunkle.
Trubbish is cute. Carbodor is just what?
He's very much.
Can I petition to say it's alright? I guess
I can agree to those terms.
It's just.
Your Honor, it's alright. I guess.
Yes, the furry bait.
Yes, the Zoro.
Outside of Lucario, the furry bait.
Moving on.
Little guy.
Little guy definitely for Zoro.
Yes.
I do like a lot about Zoroark, but
Zoroark, I think, is at this point he's either a little guy, but at the same time he could be icon.
I
Because
think he's an icon.
A lot of people do know Zoroark, and they do like Zoroark.
Yeah. I feel like he's earned icon status. Now these two little shits.
So Minccino and Cinccino. I don't hate them. They're actually quite cute.
They give me heavy little guy energy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Isn't bad if Pokemon were real. I just want to get one so I can keep a house clean.
Absolutely.
Oh god, the Gothitelle line. I forgot that's here.
Just.
I don't like him.
I like Solosis better than Gothita.
I don't like
Betty
them.
Wannabes.
I think they're a please leave for me.
Fair.
I don't like them. I really don't.
Literally, I look at the first one, I think they were trying to go Betty Boop wannabe.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Solosis, let's get to cuteness.
Yes,
Solosis
please.
is just a little guy.
He's a little guy in a little ball.
It's a little cell.
I would say that one and the next one. They're both little guys, but the one after that is probably more of a lad.
Yeah.
Ranunculus is definitely just a lad. Ducklet! It's a duck! It's a cute little duck!
It was the duck before Quaxley.
Actually, yeah.
I believe this one was actually supposed to be based on the ugly duckling story, that would actually make it a baby swan.
It's still derpy and I love it.
Oh yeah.
He's a derpy little guy.
And then Swanna is gorgeous.
I was gonna say either lad or iconic for Swanna.
I would say at least lad, because
yeah.
Well, so far Gen 5 takes are actually somewhat decent.
I'd say they somewhat line up with other takes.
Yeah, it's not as controversial as I thought it would be.
Vanilla
is Vanillish is definitely a
little guy.
Yeah, it's a little ice cream cone, and I love it.
I would not eat that ice cream.
Vanillite and Vanillux, I mean, it's alright. I definitely would just take the base form and go.
Yeah. I feel like they're meh.
Yeah,
I'd eat 'em.
they're just kind of meh.
You eat them.
I'd eat him.
Deerling and Sawsbuck. Deerling's a little guy. Sawsbuck is a lad.
Agreed.
These two, I can at least agree that what they were going for the 4 seasons was actually admirable to do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It actually worked.
and it worked out really, really well. Carablast.
We're out in
And
Volga.
Emma.
In Volga.
Emma.
aside from it being the Pika clone,
Lad.
I
I'd
think
say
he's a lad at least.
I don't think he's high enough to be a little guy.
No.
mhm.
He's a decent lad. I will say I like. He's probably one of my favorite Pika clones because I just really love flying squirrels.
Also, I feel like they just sort of like ripped off Pachirisu to be like, oh, we made a ground squirrel, now let's make it fly.
Yeah, more or less.
Basically. So
Carablast.
Carablast. And
I don't know why Color is
Excalibur.
so far down.
I don't know. I personally say that we should rank them together.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Considering how you evolve them is actually kind of unique.
Yeah.
Other than the way that they evolve, though, they're just kind of alright.
I will say I like the Carablast line more.
I feel like Carablast line at least looks okay, but like, what the hell are they going for the evolution of a Shelmet?
I like Shelmet, but I do not like
The
the
Shelmet to a Selgor, how do I explain it? Carablast will take Shelmet's shell, and that's what triggers that whole thing. I wish they did it a little bit better.
What does Shelmet take?
Shelmet just doesn't take anything because the Carablast already took its shell, so that's what allows it to evolve.
It's just
The shell.
It's the
just gets
design.
naked.
They get naked. Also-
there's a reason I say they could have done it better.
I think he's lad, but I think this guy is a definite. Please leave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please,
Could be better.
go get your clothes on, sir.
Or at least a better outfit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fungus and a Moongus.
I love Fungus. He's such a little fella.
I like Fungus. A Moongus, not so much.
Amoongus, I'd say meh.
I can agree to those terms.
Yeah. Frillish.
I love
and
Frillish.
Jellicent.
I know they're not
yeah.
a huge fan favorite, but I do love them.
I prefer the blue one.
I will agree. I do
Yes,
prefer the blue
the
one.
male, or in other words, the Pringles can.
Pringles can. You're not
No,
wrong.
Not wrong. It does look like the Pringles guy.
But I will say I do prefer the blue over the pink.
Yeah.
But I still like
I'd
them
say-
overall.
I'd say
Lads
like
for
they're
both?
probably lads.
Yeah.
They're both lads, I think.
I can agree to that.
Alamomola.
Why wasn't this the evolution to Love Disc? Why?
Yeah, I think this one's yet another please leave, because
I question why it exists.
I feel like it's more of a why just when you look in the context of you could have been the evolution to Love Disc.
I look at it more of the case of like, it doesn't evolve from anything. It doesn't evolve into anything, and I think
So
it was
why are
just meant
you
to be a placeholder that stuck.
Yeah.
Because it's just, do you know anyone who has one of these on their team? Because I don't.
No. I don't know anyone who really ever talks about this.
Yeah.
I caught the shiny version, but that was only because I had to catch the shiny version.
Fair.
Yeah.
But just
Because chain fishing in Gen 6 is just like that.
just
Yeah.
Jolted! And
Okay, baby. Next one is baby. Baby.
yes. Yes.
Can we put
I
in
almost want to
Golden
put him
Boy?
to,
feel
I
like
was
this
gonna
should be
say, I
Golden
think
Boy.
Joltik is a golden boy. Like, he's just
Yep.
a little fella!
Just a little fella. give
I
him a
don't care
charging
if he's
cable.
not strong, he's very precious to me!
I
Just
also
give
feel-
him a charging cable and we're fine.
I also feel bad for the fact that like they used to be so small in Pixelmon, but now they've like upped the sizes, so even the smallest one is actually visible now.
I wish they
want
were
to keep-
smaller.
I wish they kept the tiny ones.
So, Galvantula. It is cool.
It's cool, but like it's totally
But
not as
I
good as
prefer
Joltik.
Joltik.
It's the better of the spider Pokemon lines.
Should we go with
It's
Lad or
It's
little
so
guy?
I think he's
terrifying.
little
At
guy.
least Pixelmon.
Alright.
Yeah.
I think he deserves little guy status, because look at that little face!
He's got fuzzy
Like-
teeth.
I still can't believe I named my Joltik one time Kaiser.
I'm not asking about that. Moving on.
Oh god, Pharisee and Ferrothorn.
I like Ferroseed. Ferrothorn, not so much.
I'm not a big fan of either.
What were they meant to be? Like, are they meant to be like one of those sticky grass seeds that get stuck to you or something?
Yes.
Where would
Yes.
the thorns
And
come from?
why
though?
did they make it steel type? I don't know.
Where would the thorns come from on that though? They're sticky.
Does the plant itself have thorns?
I don't believe so. It's just got naturally sticky like really sticky stuff on it.
I don't know, but I know this. I don't particularly enjoy it.
I think it's alright.
Yeah.
Cats love it though. For some reason, they roll around in it.
Yeah, God, please, I
No.
really glad I don't let my cats out then.
Be glad. Like one of the cats that I used to have, he's not around anymore. Bless his soul. He would go out during the day because like we let him out during the days so that like whilst we were all at school and work, he would be outside. And then we came home and it was like middle of summer. He would come home covered in these things, and we had to pull them out of his fur. Like it wasn't a long-haired cat or anything, but it was just he would just come home covered in them and be like, "Where the fuck have you gone to be this covered?"
Oh, this line.
Ring and Clink Clang. I do like Clink.
Clink's at
I
least a
will
little
at least
guy.
say Clink's a little guy.
The rest of the line, though,
Meh.
Meh.
yeah, like, I don't hate it, but they really didn't do anything with it.
Tynamo.
Little guy. Absolute little guy.
Tynamo's a little guy. I don't like shiny hunting for it because, dear God, it's so fucking small.
I don't like the middle stage, but I do like the final stage.
Electros is awesome. Not quite icon, but
Lad.
How did it go
good.
from tiny white fish to green?
Eel.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty
It's
sure it
a-
has
it's a
something to do with the
eel.
eels.
Electric. It's the awkward puberty stage again.
I think it's a meh.
Yeah. Elgium and
Alien.
Outer space Pokemon.
Elgium is just a little guy.
Yeah.
Elgium is a little guy.
Look at that
He's a
face.
little alien. Behiam.
He's a little
It's
weird.
alright.
He's a little awkward.
He's janky, but it's good.
Meh?
It's janky, but it's good.
Meh or lad?
I would at least say lad.
Lickwick is a little guy.
Lick's a little guy. Lampent is, I would say, a lad, and Chandelure is fucking iconic.
I will agree. Chandelure is a very big icon, I feel.
Because again, it is serving.
And now we got Axie.
Axie's a little guy.
He's just a little fella.
He is so cute.
He just wants a snack.
Just wants to
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes. And then
Haxorus.
Fracture.
Or Fracture and
Fracture's a
Haxorus.
lad.
Fracture's a lad.
Fracture's
Haxorus is a
Haxorus
beast.
is iconic.
I feel like his colors could have been better though.
Yeah, and
The
then
green
you
is
get
a
the
little
shiny
weird.
one, which is all black.
One of the few times black doesn't really work.
For the shiny form? Excuse you?
Let me look it up because I might be thinking wrong.
Shiny Haxorus, dear God.
Yeah, I think for me the reason this form just being black doesn't work so much is because of the underbelly.
Why does it kind of look like a pudgy Corviknight?
A pudgy Corviknight!
I'm sorry, but like, it's a different kind of black. But tell me I'm wrong. Tell me that doesn't look like
today.
Tell me that doesn't look like an armored Corviknight.
I kind of see what you mean, but still.
It doesn't. No. It's a dragon. No.
And some flying types can learn dragon moves. Your point?
I wouldn't compare the two.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, God.
Anyway.
Capchu and Beartick. Capchu's a little guy.
Little guy. We have so many little guys in this gen. I never realized how many little guys we have.
Yes. And then Beartick's a lad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Beartick's alright.
Can I make a petition to put Stunfisk in Y?
Yes.
He is goofy. I want to put him in Please Leave just because I do love the goof factor just a little bit.
Alright.
Cryogenical is meh.
That's a meh.
That's
Just
a weird one.
Eh.
I don't remember what like episode he was in where he was like a big player. But I do know like there was one episode.
Mianfu and Mianshou.
Yeah, Mianfu. The thing is, a little guy or a lad.
I think
By
both
how
of
they
these
look.
guys can be lads.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was going to say I like them, but they're not over the top.
They are favorite
Rodigan.
fighting type for me.
Rodigan.
I'm not a Dredigan fan.
Me
It's-
neither.
It's
I
not.
can see
my
what they were trying to
favorite.
do.
It's a little too, like,
On
child's
the nose?
interpretation of a dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit too on the nose.
Yeah.
And we don't talk about the shiny.
No.
I will say this: the shiny at least tried. It did not succeed, but it tried.
Oh wow, Hibby.
So do we want to put Drodigan in? It's alright, I guess.
Yeah.
It's all right. It needs more work. Golett and Golurk. Golett's a little guy.
He's a little
I'm sorry,
fella.
but he is.
And
Golurk
Golurk's a
and
beast.
Or do we want to put that
Golurk
little
is
guy
like
too?
iconic. I would think. Because it is.
He's a
It's
beast.
huge.
Poniard and Bishop.
Poniard and Bishop are solid.
Yeah.
I
I
honestly
would at
feel
least
like
put
they
them
should
in
have had a
last.
third one for this line.
Well, they do.
They do. It just comes several generations later.
Yeah.
What's the last one?
King Gambit.
Oh, okay.
It also has a
Generation
very weird name.
Is King Gambit, like, is it a Paradox Pokemon, or is it just a...
nine. No.
Yeah,
it's an
that's why
evolution.
it's so weird because it's like it's not a paradox or anything, but it has a paradox name.
Yeah.
So, I would at least put them in lads, because it's a solid line
Yeah.
overall. It's just not...
We'll get to King
necessarily
Gambit
that
later
good.
though, because I do have a few opinions on him. Not as violently as some of
Yeah.
the other opinions I've had.
Yeah.
Yeah, like... Buffalant.
It's the lesser Tauros, but I still do love a lot about it.
Why was Buffalant not an evolution for Tauros?
Really though, why wasn't it?
I mean,
Also, I haven't... Go on.
it's alright, but it's not terrible.
I put it in meh. Also, you were saying, Coffee?
I was gonna say, why do I feel like depending on where we put them, we're gonna, like, Ken's gonna come for a head for the legendaries placement?
We'll
Ken is
see.
going to absolutely come for me in particular, considering I dissed the freak out of Leafeon. Thank you.
We are nobody's safe here. All right,
Mm-hmm.
Rufflet and the American Pokemon. Oh god, I forgot about these. We'll get to those guys. Words will be said about some of these. I like Rufflet. He's a lad, I feel.
Well, I would say Rufflet's a little guy, and then Braviary is solid.
He's a lad.
Volibye. I actually keep reading that Volibye exists.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
Like, if Mandibuzz was just a standalone, I would be completely okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like Lullaby is a vet and Mandibuzz is a lad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, these two. Oh god, I hate every time I remember that looks like that. I hate just a little more. The Pokemon Company knew what it was doing.
Yeah, and it's not great. Durant is better than Heatmore.
I think Durant's a lad. I just have to ask him to leave because
no.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do it, Pokemon Company? Why? There is no way this got past all of the tests and protocol and made it through without somebody noticing what it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly will also question that, like, when it comes to ant colonies, ants also have a queen. So why did they not do something similar to how they did with, like, Combi? Because they could have had, like, the male Durant looked like that, and then a female ant looked bigger.
I wouldn't mind that.
No, that would actually be decently interesting.
Yeah.
That, and there's also, like, in some hives, they also have flying ants.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've dealt with those. They're not nice. It's like, picture an ant, but, like, with long white wings. That's what it looks like.
The hydrogen line.
I like them.
I feel a bit weird about the final evolution.
I will admit, they're not my favorite dragon type. But
the final evolution is a little too goofy, but I still do love it.
Yeah. So stick them all in lads and move on?
I think they're lads. Do you have any objections?
They got to adulthood and decided to be a biker and get pink hair.
And take up puppeteering.
Apparently.
Larvesta and Volcarona. Absolutely gorgeous for the two of them.
Yeah.
Well, at least Larvesta's a little guy.
Volcarona is absolutely iconic.
Gorgeous.
Surprised you guys haven't given me a strike yet.
You haven't said anything out of pocket yet.
Yeah, I was going to say you haven't said anything that's been particularly out of pocket that we have to do the whoa. Hold on.
I mean, I haven't really said anything disrespectful. I've dissed, but not like disrespect.
Well, that's what I'm saying. All right, time to the swords.
The
swords of justice.
I will just say we'll get to it later, but I hate what they did later on to them. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, the future paradox forms just.
We'll get to that later.
Sadness.
I will say Cobalion is my favorite of them.
I was going to say, at the risk of this being too controversial of a take, Terrakion is a little bit too derpy for my liking.
Yeah, I don't hate Terrakion, but like he is my least favorite of the group.
It's just too blocky and not.
I think he's at least a meh.
They gave Virizion and Cobalion the height. They had to make a short stack somewhere.
A short king, what some might say.
Yes.
Like, I don't hate him. I would not complain about having him on my team, but he is not my favorite.
Mm-hmm. So, Virizion and Cobalion.
I feel like they're both
put them in lads.
Yeah, I feel like they're both lads. And what the hell was that ding? I thought I heard a weird ding. I'm just going crazy. It's fine.
That might have been a phone or something. It
Maybe.
Certainly wasn't mine.
Let's go to Keldon real quick.
Keldion's a little guy.
He's
sorry,
a fella.
but he is. He's doing his best.
I will say I like this form better than his like Swords of Justice form.
Right. But still, the fact that Keldeo is he's trying.
He's trying.
He's a little guy.
Shut up,
To
phone.
the genie.
Shut up.
To the genies. I don't think that the Therian forms should exist.
I don't know why they exist either. You have any opinions, Coffee?
Eh.
Eh?
The
I'm just
genies
gonna, like-
themselves are just kind of meh, but the Therian forms, I'm like, no.
I'm not honestly all that well versed in their other forms. I've only really seen their first forms, like as you catch them.
I will say I do like, I think it's Thunderous's, form the best out of the trio. Like, it's the least atrocious to me. Like, if they had to make them, I would go with that one the best.
I personally like the orange one, like the quadruped.
Landorus.
Yeah.
I love how neither of us like this motherfucker.
Isn't there another one that goes with this set? I think it's called
And then
Enamorous.
it's Enamorous, but that's not until Legends.
Oh yeah,
I think
that one.
that one's like the only female, isn't it?
Like I said, that's not until Legends.
We'll get to that one. But I feel like the bird's a Y. Like, there's nothing I can say about, like, I can say stuff that I can like about these designs. I can't say anything I like about the bird. I think we put these two and it's alright. Like, they don't need to exist,
alright.
but we'll tolerate them.
And then we just put the men in meh.
Yeah. Alright.
Reshiram and Zekrom. What the hell were they doing with the designs?
I don't know, honestly. I will
Especially
say
with,
that.
With Reshiram in particular, it just looks very extra.
Like, I feel like they were at least attempting to go for, like, a god versus evil kind of motif. Like, that's the vibe I kind of get from it.
It's truth versus ideals.
Well, that makes even less sense to me then. They are a bit weird, but I can't say I fully hate the designs.
I do like Zekrom's over Reshiram's.
I can't agree to that. I think, though, both of them are, like, can go in either lads or meh.
Because it's definitely one of the paradigms of less is more here.
Yeah, they went a little too detail heavy on these.
Reshiram, I would put Reshiram in meh.
Well, the reason I put him in lads as well is because I do prefer Reshiram over Zekram's design, just barely.
Oh.
So
Fair.
I feel like either putting them both in meh or both in lads is the solution here.
I'm okay either way.
Kyurem.
Kyurem's
Kyurem's so weird here.
For legendary, he's very
Kyurem
weird looking.
is technically is the third part of the trio that doesn't get acknowledged until the second game. And
I still don't understand what the point of him was. Like, I get Zekrom and Reshiram because apparently these legendaries were based on like different types of motors. But like,
no, it's quite literally Reshiram is the embodiment of truth.
no, I mean like
this
for
sense.
the thing on their tails, the reason why they can meld together like that is because they were supposed to be based on motors.
Well, I'm sorry, but it didn't really.
It doesn't really come across that way.
in
No,
either
no.
direction.
It doesn't point it out, but that's the reason why they can combine like that. But I just don't get why they put in the combining mechanic with
It is really
with Kyurem.
weird because like it only shows up in this game and nowhere else.
Like,
yeah, it's just
Designs for just the designs for Reshiram and Zekrom, those are okay. But then you've just got Kyurem, and it's like, why? Are you meant to be the middle child?
Yes, And Kira was legitimately forgotten about.
Like the middle child.
Until the second game.
Is this either the middle child or the adopted sibling?
It's
Is that what
definitely
that is?
heavy middle child syndrome.
Is that what that
Regardless,
is?
it was fully forgotten about, and I think if we were to actually cut it from the decks, nobody would really miss it.
It's
I think
completely-
it's please leave.
What is
Yeah.
that?
Those are
That
the
is
fusions.
the white form and black form of Kirim, which I would also think are a please leave. Because
Why? No, it's a why. For me,
I
it's a
kind
why.
of have to agree with Coffee. It's a why, 'cause, like, they're not even well designed, in my opinion.
fair.
They're not even like a good fusion. They're just like, they literally. Hang on, I gotta show you all. Like, what they give me the vibe of here.
Which we're not gonna get struck, are we?
No,
No, I don't
because
think so.
we shouldn't get struck.
Okay.
Hang on.
Also, is Genesect the legendary, or is it meant to be?
I think
just
it's
a-
mythical.
Okay.
Genesect is considered a mythical.
Okay.
Where is it? Where is? Here it is.
Also, I believe we've already got one person questioning the quote from earlier.
It literally.
Let me guess, Ken.
Nope, kitty.
Ha.
I put it in one of her servers. She's like, "What?"
What the hell?
I'm just gonna copy and paste this in the stream muted. It literally looks like this thing I made.
Alright, let's...
It just looks like a bunch of jumbled pieces mashed together.
And not in a good way. Like, it... If they had any semblance of coherence between the two...
Oh! We got a raid! Who raided us?
Hey!
Who's the raid?
Someone named Umi Aurelia.
And apparently also they're friends with jellyfish.
Hello, Umi Aurelia! Thank you for the raid!
And also Plans Go Hong Kong came along with them.
Hi, Honks! Hello! Welcome to the stream! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid!
And thank you for the follow, guys.
She is a jellyfish, that's the thing. The person to raid us is jellyfish. But hello! Honks sent us over. Thank you, Honks! Hello! Welcome! We are having intense Pokemon discussions right now.
Yeah, and
We may get crucified by the community. We may get crucified by the community for our life choices.
Probably.
Oh yeah, we will.
But hello, thank you so much for the raid! Oh my gosh!
Sweet. And yeah, Silver, that does put you at least one more follower towards.
Hell
towards
yeah!
Elliot.
We got
Nice.
only 11 more to go, fellas! I'm here
Hell
for the
yeah.
intense Pokemon discussions.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy.
We're almost done with Gen 5, so we'll be doing Gen 6 before we end off stream today.
Yep. Anyway, back to finishing off Generation 5 because we kind of need to do that.
Yeah.
To get into Generation 6. Melowood is okay. Like, it's not. How do I say this?
It started K-pop era.
Basically, it's not bad, but it's not my favorite mythical.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I think I can safely put it in lads.
we can stick them both in the lads,
Yeah.
and then Genesect. I'm sorry, I don't enjoy Genesect.
Wasn't like I don't remember what the theory was about, but wasn't their whole theory about like them being related to another Pokemon?
Yeah, the theory was that Genesect is actually a modified Kabuto by Team Plasma.
I could
Or
see
not-
that.
Not Kabuto, but Kabutops.
I could see that. They've got similar body shape.
Why do you think the theory exists? That being said, I don't like it. I don't like it.
There are some things I like about it. Like there
Take
are
off the
aspects of the
backcannon.
design.
If you took off the back cannon, I think it would look better.
Yes.
I have to agree there. Honk said Genesect is so cool. Whoops.
Whoopsie!
Just look away.
Like I said,
for the sake of
we're
the sake of the
trying
chat.
not to get crucified here, but
For the sake of the chat, should we put it in meh?
for the sake of the chat, yes, we should stick it in meh. Like
Let's go
it's
for
not
meh.
it's
Okay,
not our
time.
favorite, but
Yeah,
it's not outright bad. Victini,
little guy.
Hawk said it's sci-fi
Victini
though,
little
so
guy.
those designs aren't for everyone. It's definitely med tier. Yeah, I can
Yeah.
see. It does feel like a certain taste Pokemon for that one.
Yeah.
Like I can see why some people who have a more sci-fi like would enjoy that Pokemon.
I honestly would enjoy a Pokemon game that is like entirely based in space, like a space age Pokemon game.
Oh my gosh,
Oh
yes.
gosh, that would be very
V for
interesting.
victory. Victini's a fella.
Victini's a little guy. Yes.
Victini's just a fella. I love him.
He's a little guy.
And wow, that was Generation 5.
Yeah.
And wow, Coffee did not go off the rails.
Well, yeah, I was strictly forbidden not to.
Yeah, you
I
were.
understand that, but I was still expecting a little bit more sass out of you.
I mean,
No.
I'm probably gonna give more sass to the next generation.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is the next gen X and Y?
Yes.
Oh boy, I'm about to be white knighting the fuck out of this stream.
There is only one Pokemon in Generation 6 that I just look at and do the I like you, but I feel like it's not coherent.
If you say Sylveon, I walk. I will end this stream now.
I'm not gonna say it, but you
Just as a
already
suggestion,
know.
though, maybe just take a pee break.
Yeah, I have to go feed the dogs anyway. So we will be right back, and we will deal with Generation 6.
Yeah.
Starting with the Chespin line.
We're all friends here.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fine.
Still.
Please don't crucify us for our life choices. Yay.
So, let's start with Chespin. Chespin's a little guy.
Little guy.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see the first three starters in this one still being little guys. Why is Froaki's sprite here bigger than the rest?
I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. Quilladin is kind of a meh for me. Like, he's not the worst, but in terms of the grass starters that we've seen up to this point, it's not good.
Yeah, then it's just Chestnut.
Chestnut is a lad. Or at least I would say that Chestnut is a lad. Hello, furry bait. Brixen and to a lesser extent, Delphox are definitely.
I'd say Braixen. I'd say they're under lads.
I would say Braixen is meh for me, but Frogadier, Frogadier and Greninja. Yeah,
He does.
Greninja's like icon. For sure. Yes. And then Frogadier is at least a lad. Yep.
Yeah.
And can we also move Greninja to icon? Because yeah. It doesn't need to exist. Bunnelby's a little guy. Diggersby, I would at least say Diggersby is a lad. Like, it's not bad, but it's not stellar, but
I also question why there's so, like, why they put in more rabbit Pokemon.
This is like same generation Nicholas, like 18 versions of
No,
Vivillon.
I only question because, like, they had, like, Plus and Minun and then Baniri. And I say Plus and Minun are a rabbit Pokemon because they look more like rabbits. They don't look like mice to me.
I don't know.
Because they got longer ears, but just Bunnelby, I feel like is just that one estranged bunny from the bunny family.
He's still cute though. Or at least
like Bunnelby, I like, but like Diggersby, no.
Diggersby's a little janky, not in a good way.
Yeah.
Fletchling, I actually really like this bird line.
I like this line. This is a good flying line.
But Fletchinder lad, Talonflame iconic. Because dear God. Wow. Yes, that is a translation thing, and the shiny form, I will admit, does leave a little to be desired.
Also, I believe they
bad,
were.
It's not stellar.
This is a generation that was for the based on England, right?
No, that the one based on the UK is Generation 8, which is a couple gens.
Okay.
No, it's not bad.
Was
this
the one that was based on the red kite? I think this one might have been the red kite.
Generation 6 is France. Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at
Scatterbug!
No. I'm looking up that specific one.
Scatterbug. Scatterbug's a little guy. Arguably, Spupa is also a little guy. Vivillon. Why do we have so many wing patterns?
Because there's many different kinds of butterflies.
Especially because they're not. You can't even catch all of the forms. You have to trade different forms of this Pokemon around, which you're not going to be able to do now. Rest in peace. Online, yes. So, yeah. Yep. It's not a bad design, it's just we don't need so many of them. You know? Yeah. So, can we just use the base design as kind of a representative for all of them? is eh. It's a lad, and yeah. All right, fair. Flabebe. Well, actually, no. Litleo first. Litleo is a little guy, a little fire lion, and yes, you saw the shiny one. Yeah, the gender difference is very, very nice. I do prefer the male over the female. So yeah, so let's just stick them both in lads and move on. Coffee, do you have well, first things first, coffee, do you I coffee,
Also,
do you have any objections going forward?
no, I don't. I was gonna say, like, here, for the Talonflame thing I was looking up earlier, I think it definitely is a red kite, because the only thing that's
Oh.
close, the only thing next thing that's close to this is the Eurasian Sparrowhawk, but that's not so much red, it's more grey on its head and wings, and only has, like, red on its belly. So I think it's definitely a red kite. It's definitely a red kite.
Yeah. So, Flabebe, Floette, Florges. I do enjoy them. I do enjoy that there are like 5 different colors, depending on. That is Az's Floette in particular. Yeah.
Also, what are we not classing the Vivian, or should we just class one of them? Okay.
Yeah. So, the line as a whole, I would at least put them in. I would put Florges and Lad, considering it is a very solid. And then Easy's Floette. I like. Yeah.
This is like the only black flower one?
Yes.
There you go. Oh, then again, there's not a lot of black flowers in nature.
And it's not even. It's not even a black flower. It's like a black and red.
Mm.
It's just the image is. Yeah. Well, there is a spray. It just isn't who he is.
Yeah.
Skiddo! I love Skiddo. Skiddo's a little guy. Go-Go's a lad. I'm happy they brought him back in Gen 9.
One thing I actually do like about that Pokemon is the fact that it's brought up that they can actually sense your emotions through their horns, so they can actually bond with the rider a lot more than they can with other rider Pokemon.
Mm-hmm. It's adorable.
However,
so,
I was gonna say, however, that does kind of make you slip up if it's like an unexperienced rider, because if they're nervous, they will like start to buck.
Of course. Pancham. I like Pancham, but it's got bowling ball head syndrome. Yeah, again, it's the bowling ball head syndrome. That too. And then Pangoro, I would say is also a lad. Furfro. Okay, are any of those reasons the multitude of haircuts? Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we'll. One. One thing I still do question though is why they haven't put in more versions of Furfru into Pokemon Go yet, because there's only 3. Because I think you can only get the
at least
hearts.
spend the candies and Stardust to actually get the haircuts.
No, I mean like on the Furfru itself, like you can only
Mm.
get like 3 versions of the Furfru to get the haircuts. You can only get I think it's the heart, the diamond, and it's not the star one. I don't think it's the star one. I think it's the pink one further down. Yeah, I think it's that one.
Yeah, I don't Well, it can be, yes. I'm just not particularly sold on it, as it were. I'm just kind of meh about it.
I like the base form.
And we're not going to do all of the Furfru forms as well, because dear God, I'm
just
looking
do
at the
a
top
separate
hat,
ranking
just
for all the Furfurus and Vivillons?
You, sir, do not need a top hat.
Do you want to do just a separate? I was gonna say, do you want to do just a separate ranking for all the Vivillons and Furfurus?
A different time. We have about an hour and a half. So, Esper.
Little guy.
He's got a little blank stare. He's got the I see dead people stare.
Just help. Just help. Help me.
And then Meowstick. Again with the very noticeable gender differences. I love it. I said I love it. So yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
Honedge. Oh, I love this line. It is a very solid steel type. It is a very solid ghost type. I would stick them in lad. I wouldn't necessarily go full icon, but I would definitely do lad. Yeah.
I will also say I like Stone Edge's Ultra Form. No, the Ultra Form is something. I think it's something you can get in Pixelmon. But it's like
what?
Let me find a picture of it for you. It's I think it's called Joker Form.
Meh. Aromatisse, we can all agree, is just kind of a bleh. It's not good. Oh yeah.
Oh damn. Well, also I was looking for an Alter Honedge, I just found this. That actually looks really cool.
I love that. So for for those in chat, it is a Golurk holding a Bronzor as a shield and a giant Honedge as a sword. It is lovely. That is cool. That is really cool, actually. Swirlix and I like Swirlix and Slurpuff more than I do Spritzy and Aromatisse. Yep. Inkay. Not just trade evolution, but you have to trade them holding a certain item. Yeah. Hang on. Inkay and Malamar first. Malamar is a lad.
This is the
a
best
very
one
much
I've found.
evil lad, but still a lad.
That's the Ultra form. I don't know if this is like an old picture, but like that's the best one I could find.
Why does that just look like the shiny form?
It's sort of it's similar to the shiny form, only the shiny form has a different kind of swirl that ends at the end of the thing. Whereas this one's just got a swirl at the end, but it doesn't have any blue on it, I don't think. The shiny form is blue and red. The Ultra form is black and red, I believe.
Hmm.
And the swirl is in a different location on the band. Mm.
So, I'm Pinnacle and Barbarical. I would put them in. It's all right, I guess. Like, I can see what direction they were doing, but it's not. It's not great. It's not. Fair point. Scrub and Dragalge, though. Scrub's a little guy, and then Dragalge is actually really, really cool.
I put it in lad.
And then Clauncher and Clawitzer, Lobsters. I have multiple shinies of this line in particular. I love them. Clawitzer is definitely a lad. Like, it's not quite like cute little sun lizard thing. Wait, which question? Why do you need a sunstone to evolve, and why are you an electric type? Yes. And then Heliolisk, a lad. I wish they did more with him though. Tyrant and Tyrantrum are cool, but I like Amura and Auroras more. Out of the two. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, but hear me out. Why do I feel like Tyrantrum and Rampardos would have been the rival Pokemon to each other back in that time?
Because they very well could have been.
Because like Tyrantrum is supposed to be like this picture of fury and strength, whereas like Rampardos is supposed to be a fast runner as well as a very hard-headed Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Sylveon, I like Sylveon. I like the typing of Sylveon. I understand it. I want them to at least foxify or catify the design just a little bit more.
Honestly, would put it down. It's alright, I guess. I don't like it. I don't like it.
But yeah, Sylveon for me, it's definitely a design choice, and I'm like, no, you have a perfectly good family here. Why do you have to make it stand out so much? And I'm okay with it being Lance because I will respect that it is the fairy type evolution. It does embody the fairy type very well. I just wish I wish the design was just a little bit more catified.
I feel like it didn't need the ribbons and the bow, but at the same time, like, I feel like it should have had some kind of fur, like similar to Flareon, but like a little less than Flareon, around its chest.
Just not as goofy.
It's like it evolved and became naked. It's just bald.
I Yep. I'm okay with it in lads.
Let's go with lads.
So
Let's go with lads and move on.
I
Lad.
really like Halucha, actually. It's a Lucha Libre Pokemon. I love it. And not to mention Flying Press. Super effective damage because it is both fighting and flying type. So either way, Halucha's getting stabbed. Dedenne.
Guys, help! My butt's gone to sleep.
Yep. It's cute, but it's not my favorite Pika clone. Like, my favorite Pika clone is actually the generation after. No. Not
I was gonna
when
say,
To-
my favorite
not,
Pika clone is the Plus Minun.
not not when Togedemaru exists.
No.
Not again.
I say Plus Minun though mainly because they have
Togedemaru.
like helping hands and they do little dances to cheer you on.
Cute. Anyway, Carbink. I honestly keep forgetting it. And that, and I really don't remember it all that much. No.
Is that the one that's related to Diancie?
Yes.
Yeah, that one I think I actually have something on Pokemon Go for. Yeah.
It doesn't do enough. Alright. Goomy. Goomy's golden boy. Yes. I fully agree with you.
I was actually gonna say I like it, but the middle one could use work.
Sligoo, yeah.
Yeah, I would say the little guy, but that's mainly because, like, Goomy doesn't have a shell. Then Sliggoo has a shell, but then Gooter doesn't have a shell again.
Yeah.
I think it's just it's too weird for me. Like I like it. Don't get me wrong. He's you know he's a cute little boy. Just I feel like they went in the wrong direction.
Yep.
It's the puberty. It's the horrible.
It's most often the middle forms. We remember Dragonite.
Klefki, I also have a big question mark for. Like, I get it's supposed to be a keyring, but like,
yeah, Klefki does not need to exist.
complete leave. Isn't it like is it a fairy steel type or just a fairy
Yes.
type?
It is fairy steel.
Little guy.
Yes, and Trevenant is at least a lad for me.
I can't. Honestly, can you imagine like going to either one of those haunted houses or like what do they call them? Like cornfield mazes, and having one of those show up?
Oh god, that would be
I would
terrifying.
love that. Like just him, like not even doing anything like really big to scare you, but just leaning down and being like, "Hi."
Yep.
They got the ghost types right because like they were very much leaning on Halloween for this. Yes, Avalug.
For some reason, I actually thought that Bergmite was at least Generation 5. Like, I'm
gonna go with Mech for these.
Yeah, they're not. Well, Legends actually brought in a Hisuian form for Avalug. That doesn't make it better, though.
I have yet to see it.
Well, yeah, because you're not in the last area of the game. No bat, no Vern. I actually, I
No
like
bat's
these
a little
two.
guy. No bat's a little guy.
No. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
At least for Gen 6, yes.
Though I will question the fact that it went from sound bat to sound dragon.
And Wyvern.
Like eh. Yeah.
It's a sound Wyvern.
I know very little about the legendaries other than like Xerneas and Yveltal are like life and death Pokemon.
Yes.
I will however say I like Xerneas' design because it's very much a like they went for a deer, which is also supposed to be very skittish and stays away from people, which also runs along the lines of how unpredictable life can be anyway.
Yes.
Because a deer can also like get quite violent if like you go near them during breeding season. So like I feel like they went with the right type of creature to give the like a symbol of life to.
Yep. Which again makes sense for being the death Pokemon. Why Yveltal comes out of a cocoon, I don't know, but that's more of a game design quirk than the actual Pokemon itself. I was not even going to acknowledge that, but yes.
What was? I'm
it is
actually gonna look up what
literally
this
a piece of
on.
rustic. I don't know why. But it looks it makes the Pokemon in question look like a piece of meat, not a Pokemon.
This is why I said
It's
bacon bug.
Raw.
You know what bacon bug is, right? You know what bacon bug is, right? I've said bacon bug before. With I think it's from the Galar region. There's a type of bug. I think it's not Scolipede. Is it Scolipede? It's the one that turns into like an actual like oven when it becomes. Is it Dynamaxed?
Sizzlipede?
Is it that one? It looks like a piece of bacon.
It's Sizzlipede and Centiskorch. Centiskorch is the one that. Yeah.
I'm probably thinking of Centiskorch, but bacon bug. It looks like literally. It looks like a piece of streaky bacon.
Anyway. Yes, courage. I would definitely put Xerneas in at least iconic. Yveltal and Lad. Zygarde gets shafted
interesting.
super hard.
Interesting.
And
I looked up.
I feel kind of bad for it.
I looked up Yveltal and what it may be based on. Apparently, someone's also speculated that it may be based on the eagle that guarded Yggdrasil in Norse legend.
No.
But it says. But they said it may also be based on a carrion bird, such as a vulture, which represents death. So, could be a mix of both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Zygarde. Zygarde gets. I don't like
it's a
the
cell
fact that they
Pokemon.
did 3 different forms for it. Just give us the dog. That too. Mm-hmm. That's
Also,
a bear. It's a kaiju monster. Why the kaiju?
It's supposed to be a giant mech.
Why? That doesn't make it better. That doesn't make it better. Yeah.
Also, I feel like that's gonna be like the hardest Pokemon for me to actually get my hands on in Pokemon Go.
Yes.
Zygarde.
The Zygarde,
Yeah, because you have to collect the cells, and to collect the cells, you have to follow what's called routes. And routes are like pre-planned journeys that you can take. And you can at least like fill up a heart for your Pokemon by following a route, and you can get rewards for following a route. But you have to find the Zygarde cells on that route, and it's gonna take a while because you don't know how many are on each route.
Diancie. I think that's the only good thing about it, though.
I know nothing about DNC. Gonna say now.
Eh.
I've not played X and Y.
Does not need to exist. Why? Why? I just wanted to. What? Why is it here?
Yeah.
Can we just stick it in there? Mm-hmm.
Let's go with that.
Hoopa does not. Yeah. Hoopa does not need to exist. I understand that he does not need to exist. Right, and then we have the Unbound form.
What did she put it in the Y category?
To an actual monster.
Also, is this
And
last
then
one
we
Volcanion?
have Volcanion.
The only fire and water type.
It's an interesting concept, but it's just weird. Volcanic steam vents.
I was gonna say, like, in terms of, I know that some volcanoes that are especially in colder climates, especially ones around glaciers, when glacial ice or even, like, just any ice in general melts around a volcano, it can sometimes get, like, stuck underneath a volcano. So when the volcano, it kind of, like, builds up pressure because it's been frozen for so long, so when it starts melting, it increases that pressure because more water. So the volcano will then start putting out more steam and will more than likely erupt. If that makes sense.
It does, but how do you get that?
It's very good Pokemon. Yeah. Should put it in a polite please leave.
Yeah, this is another polite. Please go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We made it. We made it. And hopefully we'll still be in one piece. There's I think that's how we can kind of sum up Kalos in general, which I'm really hoping that Legends ZA actually does expand upon it a little bit. Kalos is just kind of there. And I will also say this. Generation 6 was a new console for at least Nintendo in general. So it was getting a lot of fresh blood into the series. So, not exactly sure. Like, it's not bad, but it's not fantastic either. Exactly. Mm-hmm. But, well, you still could. You just had to do it with the flying type instead. So, our wrap up of this series should be taking place on the 10th of June. Because that's next week.
Can I go off?
Generation 9's. I feel like 7 through 9 is going to be very. I don't want to say controversial, but it's going to be very much a.
We're gonna have words.
Black and white type of deal. Mm. In other words, we'll just be trying to stick to what we've been usually doing. Mm-hmm. we're not gonna get into them today. Mm. Mm. Oh, no problem. If you guys want to swing by tonight, I will be doing some tabletop shenanigans with Novomancer or Emily, or as you guys might know him as Noah. We are suiting up into Lancer again, hopefully, because I'm really hoping that real life shenanigans did not get in the way.
Yep, boy.
But the week after, mm,
Hew, 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 hew. Stuff.
see ya.
Only one of them's playing something Pokemon related.